Good morning. We're going to call this meeting to order now. Our first item on the agenda, I have a motion moved by Ray and seconded by Nikki. Be that adoption of the agenda is resolved that the agenda for the February 8th and 9th, 2023 meeting of the Committee of the Whole be approved. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. That was Ray and Nikki. Are there any disclosure pecuniary interest in general nature thereof of any item on the agenda over the next 2 days by any member of the committee? And if so, please note what those are. And I will start. I have a conflict of interest in anything to do with rural Frontenac Community Services. I'm a volunteer there, and I also do Meals on Wheels and income tax. Nikki?
I also have a conflict with anything to do with rural Frontenac Community Services as I'm employed there.
So we'll note that in the minutes, and we'll probably have paperwork to do later. Jerry?
Depending what it is, I may have an issue with the KNP trail tomorrow.
Okay,
If it's general, we're okay, but if it's specific, there's a conflict.
all right. Best to note that, and then we can deal with it along the way. All right, delegations and presentations, there are none. Reports, we are here to do the draft 2023 budget and business plans and project proposals. How are we going to start? Who's going to start in the staff? Kelly, I guess you're number one here.
Thank you, Deputy Warden, and it's my pleasure to welcome everybody here today to the 2023 budget process. Given it's an election year, we're a couple months behind, but this is fairly standard. I trust that you've had a chance to go through the budget online documents and follow the links through there and provide some information. And that, along with our speed dating exercise of a few weeks ago at the Lions Hall, hopefully give you an understanding of the level of service that is provided by the County of Frontenac. The Municipal Act grants to Council the authority to make decisions with regards to service levels. Those are not staff level decisions. So our budget policy calls for any service level change to be voted into the budget, not voted out of the budget. And a copy of that budget policy is included in your folio of stuff on the internet. The purpose of that is to make sure that the council role is explicit in the budget process, that you are making explicit decisions to alter service levels. At the County of Frontenac, we call this a status quo budget, which is last year's services at this year's price, as opposed to a project proposal, which is a proposed service level change. The speed at which we go is a council decision. It can be as quick as you are comfortable or as slow as you are comfortable. We've set aside 2 days, and recognizing tomorrow might be a nice day, and we might be doing this remote, or at least part of us doing it remote. We can set up other days if council has questions. Alex will go through the specifics of some of the budget pressures, so I won't go through that, but suffice it to say that in the 35 municipal budgets, 9 conservation authority budgets, and 2 hospital budgets that I've been involved in, this one is particularly troublesome, just given some of the pressures coming out of COVID. Inflation, of course, has put pressures on a lot of our items, and in particular, things like WSIB, insurance, fuel, just about every aspect of our business has been affected by inflation. In the prior 3 years, we've been looking at inflation, in the 1% to even 0, slightly over 1%. So this is quite a departure, and I suspect that many municipalities in Ontario will be seeing this as the same thing at their council tables, particularly at the upper tier. Just a reminder, just about 80%, 70% of our budgets for our core services are salaries, wages, and benefits. So directly tied to that, of course, is the service level. And the ability to alter some of those things is more difficult at the county level than at many of your lower tier decisions, because most of our services are mandated by the province of Ontario. We have to operate Fairmount. We have to operate a paramedic service. We have to do planning services. So many of the things we do, well, we like to say that council is the ultimate arbiter of what is the service level. Many of those items are dictated to us by the province. There are areas within those budgets that we can certainly play around the edges. But at the end of the day, we can't close Fairmount. We can't stop being a paramedic service. And this council, as the board of directors for Fairmount Home and as the service level provider for Frontenac paramedics, is ultimately responsible for ensuring the safe and efficient delivery of those services under the advice of council. So you're going to see a lot of numbers today, and you know, their impact in many instances fall through our budget. Just keep in mind that, and Alex will give you the exact numbers, that a number may be big, but the impact on any given township may be fairly small, because we are partners in long-term care and paramedic service delivery with the province of Ontario and with the city of Kingston. So a $100 increase or decrease only nets 25 cents on the dollar. So it is difficult to achieve large savings, and significant increases you're only seeing, depending on the level of service, 20 to 25 cents on the dollar. And again, Alex and each of your directors will go through that. This budget process began in June of last year, and I'd like to thank Alex and the finance team that lead that, plus all of your directors and managers that have input into their budgets. We like to do, wherever possible, right down to the unit and the cost. So my classic example is 10 meters of sidewalk at $100 per meter. If that was last year's service, versus 10 meters of sidewalk at $102 this year would be the cost. So that's how we calculate the status quo budget, is providing the same level of service. Could council choose to only do 8 meters of sidewalk? Yes, and that would reduce your cost. But the budget is based upon last year's service at this year's cost. Each of the directors will go through their budgets, providing you with highlights. Feel free to ask them questions as we're going through the process. They've been through it with Alex and I several times since last June, and they know their budgets very well and will be able to give you answers. If at any point you need further information that either Alex or the director or myself cannot answer, we can put that in the parking lot and get back to you as soon as possible, whether that's tomorrow or another budget meeting or next Wednesday when we have our county council meeting. So I'd like to, again, thank staff for their contribution. This has been a long and arduous budget process, and we've had many numbers bounce around over the last few months as we've worked through, inflationary costs and benefit costs and changes to WSIB. Those things are reflected in the numbers that you see here today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Alex to go through it in a little more detail, to give you some of the highlights and some of the lowlights of where we are in the budget process and what you're going to hear today and tomorrow. Thank you, Alex.
Alex, would you like us to hold our questions or ask them as we go?
You can ask your questions as you go. The one maybe question I'd ask you to hold is if we introduce a project proposal, we'll go into those into depth when the department heads come out here. So if you have any questions, just hold those till then, because chances are there's probably 12 slides explaining the question that you may have. All right, so with that, thank you, Keller, for the introduction, and thank you, council, for the opportunity to present the 2023 draft budget. All right, so before we go into the numbers for 2023, I just want to quickly cover how our services are funded. So we have a couple different service agreements depending on the service we're providing. So the County of Frontenac provides a wide range of services, which Kelly went over already. Some services are for county residents, and some services also, like paramedic services, we provide for residents outside of the county. Likewise, the City of Kingston provides certain services for the county, which we're billed back for. So this is a chart. Now, this is from last year. I'm just gonna, the cost distribution is the same. So this is the operating revenue by service and source of funding. So the dark green line is the county levy. The blue line is the City of Kingston. Green plus blue is the municipal contribution for that service to operate. Beyond that, the gray line is your either federal or provincial funding, usually provincial, and your black bar would be user charges. Now, if there's two things I would highlight from this graph. One is that contributions to services outside of our control, which would either be the other or the contribution to the city and LSR, are our two biggest contributions. That would account for 38% of our levy. We have no control over the level of services. We basically get handed a bill. We pay that bill based on the agreement with the city or with those boards. The second thing I'd like to point out is the lines for Fairmount Home and Frontenac Paramedics, which are our two biggest services. Our contribution in dark green is a very small portion of the total revenue needed to run that service. And as Kelly mentioned, a decrease, say, in the service level is only a fraction of a decrease in the levy because we only pay such a small portion of the total operating costs of that service. So broadly speaking, in terms of services that we provide, there's 5 arrangements. We either pay the whole thing through the levy. We pay most of it through the levy with an exception or two, usually through some sort of user fee or recovery. The service is provided by others and we're billed for that service. The service is provided by the county and there's multiple payees, in that case 3 or more. Or the service is provided by the county and fully paid by others. So in terms of services that are just 100% county levy funded, there's only 2. It's county council and committees and emergency management. Those are fairly small. That accounts for 2.5% of our total levy. And in terms of services that are mostly funded through the levy, county administration, so basically the oversight for all of the departments is mostly funded through the levy. We do have some user fee recovery through the townships and CRCA for the IT services we provide. And as well, there's some funding either for OSIF, the Ontario Community Investment Fund, or the CCBF, which is formerly federal gas tax. That funding is usually transferred off to the townships based on weighted assessment. So that's just where flow through, that's in and out. For plain development, similar thing. North Frontenac, Central Frontenac, and Frontenac Islands have a user fee agreement where they provide direct planning services to those townships. And as well, there's the occasional ad hoc grant for trail development or other development projects. That's ugly. That's, sorry about that. So in terms of services that are provided by others that are the county gets billed for. So there's the external boards. So that includes your public health unit and your library board. So the public health unit operates in Kingston, Frontenac, and Lennox and Addington. The county of Frontenac's portion is 12.75% of that total municipal contribution, which is net of the provincial grants they receive. Library is a similar situation, except the catchment area is Kingston and Frontenac County. Our portion for that is 13% of the total operating costs. And as well, if there's any traceable capital costs or shared capital costs, those go to the county of Frontenac, or we would share in 13% of those costs. And I'd just like to pause for a second and explain the local service realignment agreements. So those occurred in 1998 when, following municipal amalgamations, certain jurisdictions would provide services for other jurisdictions. So an example for our case, paramedic services, we provide to the city of Kingston. The city of Kingston provides social services and social housing for us. So following an arbitration in 2003 and 2004, those agreements were primarily paid on the basis of weighted assessment of the city of Kingston. Weighted assessment basically would pool all the assessment value in the city of Kingston and the county of Frontenac together and figure out what percentage of that belongs to the county of Frontenac, what percentage belongs to the city, so that essentially everyone be paying the same part. For 2023, our part in that was 20.426%. You won't be quizzed on that. Just something else to note with the agreements. So the service provider is responsible for the level of services and the budget to manage those services. The service receiver is obligated to pay based on the cost share, based on that agreement. So no one party can unilaterally decide to change the terms of that agreement or decide they're not paying for the service. We're bound by that. We'd have to go through an arbitration or renegotiation exercise to do that. So for services that are operated by the city of Kingston, the first bullet, I believe, says social services. Sorry, that seemed to overlap on the slide. So in that case, and it's similar to social housing as well, so I'll cover them both at the same time. The administration costs, so the cost to administer the program, are based on that weighted assessment number. So we would have 20.426% of those costs. The city would have the 79.574, or whatever that would work out to. Anything that's directly attributable to the county, so either through caseload on social services or through program costs, if it is within our jurisdiction, goes directly to the county. And as well, there's the provincial offenses, the POA courts, which the net cost / revenue is shared again based on weighted assessment in the city of Kingston. That is usually a revenue or money to us. All right. For multiple pays, it's our two large services. So Frontenac Paramedics and Fairmount Home. I'll start with Frontenac Paramedics. So the province pays 50% of operating costs, including depreciation, based on the previous year's budget. So I'll highlight the previous year's budget part. There's no reconciliation to actuals. It's what you thought you were going to spend last year. So say for 2023, we're going to get paid 50% of what we budgeted in 2022. So we're always a year behind. So if you want it to artificially decrease the budget to hit a number in 2023, you're going to pay for it next year because you'll have less revenue coming forward. So something to highlight. The remaining operating costs are split through that weighted assessment calculation with the city of Kingston, and all capital costs are split through weighted assessment with the city of Kingston. We also have a joint reserve set up with the city for capital replacement. That's for both our vehicles and our equipment. Any new capital would have to be raised through own source revenue at that point. Fairmount Home has the most complex funding agreement. So the provincial portion is they'll pay part or all of some costs through specific envelopes for reimbursement. When I did this slide deck, there was 23 in total. By the time I'm done this presentation, that's right, there might be 25. They keep adding them on. It seems I think at least 2 or 3 got added in this year. There's no sign they were going to consolidate at one point. They seem to be adding more now. Anyway, I digress. The largest envelope is related to nursing direct care. That's about 4.5 million just for frontline staff. Our smallest envelope, I think, is for falls funding, which is 12,000 directly related to restraints to keep residents from falling and the whole spectrum in between. So some of these envelopes are based on the number of beds that we have. Some of them are based on what's called case mix index. Case mix index would measure resident acuity. So if you're a higher needs resident, you're given a score. Let's say I'm a very high needs resident. I would have a score of 2. Let's say Kelly has very few needs. He would get a score of 0.2. They average all that out. You get a score. And then from there, they compare that score to every other house in the province. And from where you rank there, then they decide the amount of revenue you'll get to operate your home. The issue with that is it's all backwards looking. Where your resident turnover is 400 to 500 days, you're getting funding based on the resident mix you had the previous year. But that's the environment we live in. That's the funding we have. Sorry. So from there, residents also contribute user fees, basically to stay at Fairmount Home on a monthly rate. And after accounting for the provincial funding, and the user fees, we then split the operating capital costs with the city of Kingston. The takeaway to remember is the city pays 68%, we pay 32%. It's split between two agreements where they used to pay 74 and 26. We then added some beds, we split 50-50. Probably for the sake of remembering it, if you can remember this, the city has 68, we have 32. That's probably makes everyone's life easier. Services that are provided by the county and paid for by others. There's two. So marine services, the ferry that would go to Howe Island, is 80% funded by the Ministry of Transportation, 20% funded by the Township of Howe Island. Howe Island's portion has been raised through either past sales or ticket sales, some combination place. And there's an agreement in place with Frontenac Islands that the County of Frontenac will not pay to operate the Howe Island ferry. So our levy impact every year to operate the ferry is zero. Same for community paramedicine. That's mostly funded through a single pilot program that started April 2021. They've agreed through March 2024. The early indications are that that will keep going, last I've heard. And that is 100% ministry funded. There's a couple other smaller envelopes that would also build on that program that are also 100% ministry funded. So just three key takeaways from how we're funded. There are many stakeholders who fund the services provided by the County of Frontenac. I think I covered those in depth. The county levy is only 22% of our total operating budget. So fairly small compared to the total revenue we need to operate our services. And 38% of the levy is collected on services that we do not provide and have no input on their budget. So I threw a lot at you guys. Is there any questions before I go into the 2023
Okay.
budget?
Any questions from anyone? Ron?
Well, just some clarification. I probably should know this, but I don't. The library capital costs, you said, are the responsibility of the county. Technically, aren't they the responsibility of the host municipality? Okay, so it's not the county.
Yeah,
Okay,
The
I thought
board-
that's what it was, but when I heard it, I thought, okay, well, hold on. So, but paramedic stations is not the same agreement, right? So the host paramedic does not, okay. That's what I wanted to
Okay.
know. Thank you.
okay.
Any other questions?
No?
The last figure of 38%, what did that cover again?
That would be social services, social housing, library board, public health. I might be missing one, but those would be the big hitters in that group.
Okay,
All right. All right, so with that, let's jump into the 2023 budget. So Kelly, I provided an overview of the budget policy, but basically the slide provides the objectives identified in budget policy, including the requirement for a budget timeline that promotes consistency, adequate information for council to assess the budget, and integration with financial objectives and long-term plans. Maybe just a more graphical representation of the framework. So we talked about the policy. Next step is our static quo budget, which is basically previous year's service at next year's cost. So no change to service level. We're just costing out the inflationary increase as it's hitting us into next year. Also, any prior year commitments. So say if council were to add a service and phase it in over 3 years, is worked into the status quo number. So even though the service wasn't provided that year, that number is included in the status quo. And the target for the status quo is the provincial inflation rate as of August of that year. From there, we go on to the anything that's a service level change. So those would be project proposals. That can be either a positive change or a negative change, either adding or removing service. Those are presented to council, and only projects approved by council are included in the budget. I'll add in there that for the purposes of the draft levy, any external requests are not included in the levy. Those would have to be voted in, at which point in the process at the end of the presentations, I'll put a Excel sheet up. We'll see what's in or out, see what the final number is from there. Our capital levy, so we're actually in year 9 of 10 on our capital levy, which is 0.65% per year to assume capital sustainability. At this point, the rate of growth on the cost of capital has exceeded what was initially projected. We don't need to increase the 0.65 above 0.65 for now, but where we thought we'd be 10 years later, we're not there yet. So it's not a decision for today, but we'll probably need to keep that 0.65 going for another 5 years beyond the 10-year cycle, but that'll be a 2024 discussion. And also, staff will bring forward things that are on the horizon that may affect future budgets. Just for the nomenclature, a risk is an imminent or likely scenario that requires action. Caution is a known fact or recommended change that may have an impact on budget or future decisions. And lastly, an advisement is a minor change in direction or scope. So in terms of the assumptions for our funding envelopes, it was largely status quo with the exception of 2 items. We assumed any COVID funding from the province would not continue in 2023. We largely had that assumption in 2022 as well. But what happened, COVID kept going a little more than we thought it would. We incurred more costs for COVID. Unfortunately, the province was able to provide more funding to offset those costs. But every indication we have is that that will not keep going in 2023. And also Fairmount Home is continuing with the 4 hours of care. So that was an envelope, I believe, introduced in 2021 over 3 years to increase staffing for long-term care. And we're continuing to add staff in line with the funding we're receiving from them. And as I mentioned, where the target is the Ontario CPI as of August, and as of August 22, the CPI was 6.9%. So moving into a breakdown of the draft budget. So the status quo increase, so 2022's level at 2023's prices is 6.72%. Unfortunately, that inflation number is not made up. We've seen it across every product line, cost going up. Capital's really hit us hard, fuel, and as Kelly mentioned, employee benefits, insurance, WSIB, it's been across the board. From there, to get the status quo increase, there's 2 commitments that council made previously that are also added in there. So there is the cost to phase in the contribution to rural transportation. That's in year 3 of 6. So basically, it's a $96,000 contribution to those organizations. That was funded out of the stabilization reserve partially 2 years ago and slowly getting phased in by $32,000 a year until year 4, at which point years 4, 5, and 6 will be $32,000 more than what we are paying, but repaying what we had borrowed to make that contribution happen initially in 2020, 2021. Clear as mud? Sure. Okay. So year 1 of the contribution would have been 2021. It was a $96,000 contribution. $32,000 came from the levy. $64,000 came from reserves. Year 2, $64,000 came from levy, $32,000 from reserves. So the reserves and depths of $96,000. Year 3 is when the contributions fully phase on the levy. So at this point, $96,000 will be coming from the levy, nothing from reserves. Then year 4, 5, 6, there'll be an increase in year 4 by $32,000 to repay essentially the reserve, and that will continue through to 5 and 6 to bring us to 0. And as well, borrowing for to develop the KMP trail, that's assumed to start in 2023 as well, and the impact there is $41,513. All right, from there we have our project proposals for consideration. The Frontenac paramedics one is somewhat complex. There's an array of options that council was presented with. Probably the easiest way to boil this down is last year we started a 0.65% dedicated levy for growth that would fund the growth requirements for Frontenac paramedics. So we have some money in the reserve to fund the new crews for this year, but to ensure that we can fund the new crews for this year, that levy needs to keep going. It's a 5-year plan to fund the growth. So the levy impact for the year would be the 0.65%. If there's some mixing and matching of when the rubber hits the road on that one, we'll have to take that away. But basically, the increased levy would be that 0.65%. As well, Fairmount is proposing adding a 5-hour shift to dietary as part of their operations. County is a countywide through FMIS, a security awareness training, which is becoming kind of industry standard within the cybersecurity world. And as well, council had requested that we bring back in 2022 a report for the 2023 budget on how to phase in 2 rent assistance subsidies, which I'll be presenting later on. So if we roll up the status quo, roll up what was presented as a proposed service level change, and add the dedicated capital levy, the total draft budget increase for the year would be 8.95%. And factoring in growth, that would represent a $14.61 cent increase per $100,000 of assessment. We've talked about this a little bit already, but in terms of organization-wide changes that have hit everyone and are really driving the increase, WSIB expense, where we have to recognize both current and future costs, slightly more than double across the organization this year, which is the 948,000. Now, again, when you run that through the cost sharing agreement, that's not all hitting the levy, but that's the amount hitting operations. As well, medical benefits, we saw a sizable increase. We were fortunate last year to get a decrease when we renewed our benefits. The game that gets played is usually they'll undercut to get the business and then bring it up. So we're kind of paying back what we gained last year, which is somewhat what we expected. That's the world they live in. As well, further enhancements to CPP. So they've increased the rate of CPP from 5.7 to 5.95% this year, as well increasing the maximum insurable earnings. So that's resulted in a $130,000 increase as well. I think it was 7.1% increase in our total CPP budget. And liability insurance continues to increase. I'm sure you've heard this at your township table as well, but across all municipalities in Ontario, our increase this year, I believe, was 20%. And from what I've heard around the province, everyone's in double digits and some people are above 30. So a quick word on the economic forecast. Inflation seems to be slowing down. The Bank of Canada announced, I think it was last week, 2 weeks ago, that they intend to stabilize interest rates. So inflation was down to 6.0% in December, which isn't that costs are going down. The rate at which costs are increasing is slowing down. Costs are unfortunately still going up. And supply issues continue to cause cost pressures, and especially in labor intensive industries like capital, we're seeing no signs of those slowing down yet. Kelly briefly mentioned the service levels, but we are legislated by the Long-Term Care Act, Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement, Ambulance Act, Fixing Long-Term Care, something or other act. There's many long-term care acts, the Ambulance Services Collective Bargaining Act, and collective agreements, which makes it challenging to modify service levels. All right, so for weighted assessment, we discussed that concept earlier. In 2021, our assessment was 20.304. Unfortunately, this year, based on where the assessment numbers went, our portion went up, which meant any cost shared service, we're paying a higher portion than we did in 2022. Or sorry, 2021. Sorry. We used the 2021 number for 2022 budget. The 2022 numbers used for 2023 budget. So we're paying a higher portion than the previous year. And the MPAC assessment continues to be postponed. So the 2023 taxation year will still use 2020 property values. So the assessment growth in the county, and that would purely be any new assessment or anything added in the county, is 1.28%. MPAC has indicated for the 2024 taxation year, they will renew the assessment values. That's the plan. They have not indicated otherwise. So there's two significant changes for 2023 I just wanted to highlight while I was up here. One is to use the stabilization reserve to fund the county portion of the new paramedic base. And the other is to establish a joint Fairmount capital reserve similar to what we have with paramedics. So the paramedic base that's being built at 2069 Battersea Road, the all-in cost is budgeted to come in at $3 million. In conversations with city staff, they would prefer to fund their portion up front and not have to debt finance. That would leave a portion on our end of $612,780 based on the cost sharing agreement. Basically, we have two options. We can either fund that through a debenture or we can fund it through a stabilization reserve. And the recommendation today at draft budget is to use a stabilization reserve. So the advantage is it would reduce the levy by 0.41% per year over the next 20 years. That's what the estimated cost would be to service that debt if we were to take on a debenture. And it would maintain the county's ability to take on debt for future projects. On the horizon, bigger project, at some point, Fairmount would have to be redeveloped, and that would likely eat up all, if not more than all, of our permitted debt capacity through the province. Disadvantages would include we taking the stabilization reserve below target. Our policy target is 15%. It would drop us down to 10.6. The target, there's not really a firm target across the industry. I've seen people with 10%, I've seen people with 25. I think as long as we're above 10, we're not at risk of any cash flow issues. And it also, but it would reduce the capacity to use that reserve in the future for any undefined or undetermined projects. And just in terms of a legacy project with long-term benefits, I've often advocated don't just take the stabilization reserve to just pay one off, but because you'd be getting benefits for 20 years, I think this may be one of the better bang for your buck projects that may come across to really use that reserve. And also the second thing being proposed is the inception of the joint Fairmount capital reserve. So for capital replacement, the county uses its own reserve. We'll call that the Fairmount capital reserve to pay its portion of capital. So say our capital budget, let's just say was 250,000 any given year, 32% of that would be roughly 80,000. We had our own reserve that we contribute to every year. We would draw our 80,000 from that portion. So for us, it's fairly stable. We know what's coming in and out. For the city though, when that capital number moves, it causes variability on their end, and they've expressed having greater predictability than capital levy. So that's why we're proposing establishing a joint capital replacement reserve where the city will contribute 68% of that reserve, we contribute 32% of that reserve, and as any new capital gets purchased, it would be drawn from that reserve. So it would help capital levy planning for a major funding partner of the city of Kingston. It's also a unique opportunity. So 2023 is the first year when the debenture for the redevelopment of Fairmount Home is no longer owed. So they're carrying forward an amount in 2022 to repay that debenture that could be rolled into a capital reserve. And it sets up a joint reserve which will relieve borrowing for any eventual Fairmount redevelopment. We'd have more cash on hand for our down payment, at which point we could deal with the borrowing or whatever is needed at that time. So the proposal is that the city would provide $534,377 in 2023 to the joint capital reserve. The county would transfer $251,471, so our 32%, from our pre-existing Fairmount capital reserve. The balance in there right now is $1 million. We didn't have the reserve transfers out for 2022. It'll probably be roughly $900,000 by the time those are done. So any capital purchases in 2023 beyond will be taken from the joint capital reserve. Once the dedicated Fairmount capital reserve is down to zero, we'll then hive off from the general capital levy the matching amount. Because as it stands, the 0.65 does count our Fairmount redevelopment to get there. So instead of having it in our own levy, we'll be contributing our part to this joint levy. And again, that'll help us leverage more funds for when the time comes to borrow and redevelop.
Alex, so good. Kind of leaving me behind on this slide, just a little bit.
Okay.
First of all, the the issue of redeveloping Fairmount Home, I understand it's really important. It's also really scary. And I understand this. So the idea here is to take that $1,002,701 and draw that down.
Correct.
So as expenses come up over the next couple of years, we're running that against the $1 million.
So the 1,000,002 is being used to fund the 251 over the next 3 to 4 years into the
Okay.
joint reserve.
So there's roughly 4 years there.
There's roughly 4 years there.
Right, okay.
Probably 3.5. Once that's no longer available, our capital levy, which I think right now is 700,000, and if you do that 0.65 through 4 years, you're probably gonna be close to $1 million. We'll hive off 251 to go to that reserve and 750 to keep to our dedicated.
Okay, so we will keep, our annual contribution is going to be roughly 251,000.
Yeah.
Going forward.
That's gonna be static.
Okay, so 4 years, we're already covered. It's in year 5.
It's year 5 and beyond.
Okay, thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Ron, Ron?
We got, I guess, a couple of comments, a couple of questions. Well, we wouldn't know yet anyway, but does the new healthcare proposals that the federal is talking with provinces is also going to have an impact on long-term care, they're saying? So, but we wouldn't know because province doesn't even know what they're getting at. Of course, they say they're not getting enough, but I know there was a pretty key element in there that long-term care was going to be a fairly significant portion of it too. Is that my understanding?
It is, and when we met with the Minister of Health at Roma, that point was brought up by the EOWC chair. They made no commitment that that would reduce the municipal share. I suspect it will reduce their share, but whether it trickles down to us, I don't know. Having said that, they've made a significant investment in the 4 hours of care. So how that gets treated probably won't hit our budgets. Best case scenario, 2025 maybe, if at all.
So the other one is service level of change. That worked out to about 1%. That's if, but if we keep the status quo of what we have now, other than what we have to deal with as far as contracts, all of those things, that would change by 1%, right? You said service level changes. If we kept the status quo, it's this, but if we do the service level changes, which are going to come up, what wants to be done, paramedic, blah, blah, blah. Wasn't that 1%? Proposed service level changes right there, 994. That's if we do them.
Correct.
Okay,
If you do all of them, it's 0.94. If you were to take them all away and also reduce levy for growth for paramedics, you're taking away 0.94%.
okay, okay. Well, we can't take the top one because we've already agreed to set up a long-term plan on it, right? The dedicated levy for growth. So the other, just a couple of other comments then. So even if impact does 2024, we won't see any benefit till 25 probably. Because they're going to do it. 23 is gone. 24, they might decide.
So all that's going to happen in 2023 is they're going to reassess your house, and instead of 350,000, it's going to be assessed at 700,000. And assuming everybody goes up by the same, it won't have any effect on anybody's levy.
Right.
The 1.28 is actual growth, new homes providing new assessment. So, and Jeff Green isn't in the room, but he's probably listening. Our position has been that that reduces the levy.
Right.
It spreads the levy over more people. But it's actually new growth, new buildings, paying more money.
Then this, if I may, I had a couple other comments. If our debt to Fairmount Home is paid off, can we not just keep contributing the same amount to a fund for a while? Would that not, I know we're contributing to a stabilization with the city, but that's obviously quite a payment that we're not paying.
So we'll be taking on new debt for the county redevelopment and for KNP, which is basically
A wash?
a wash.
Okay, the other part was the stabilization reserve. You said we could either use it out of there or we could debenture. Well, we could, your recommendation was take it out of the stabilization for now. Well, this year seems like it's going to be our worst budget ever. So if we took it out of there now, we actually could contribute back to it next year and maybe even catch up. If that budget looks a lot different. This one here is looks like, because I mean, as long as I've been here in 20 years or 22 years, I've never seen a budget like this. So I mean, I can't see that we're going to see this budget again, but who knows? I didn't know we were going to see COVID either, but anyway, that's just a comment. Thanks.
Judy?
Just a comment, when I was at Roma, and that the premier indicated in his speech that he recognized COVID wasn't going away and they would continue to fund for COVID. And of course, the measures used in long-term care are serious and ongoing in that for COVID. So that, to me, you mentioned that it's going away. I think it's probably staying, but it's going to be a wash, you know, that you just bill it back. But what caught my attention before, at an earlier meeting, I asked where we're at in this ideal of 4 hours of care, and I believe it came out to 3.25 hours of care that we're providing at Fairmont at this point in time. So this is a status quo budget, and that, is there any build-in for going up that extra 0.75 to get it up to the 4 hours of care? Where is that?
Yeah, so we had council direction with the 4 hours of care funding to add people in as the funding came through. So basically, if we have $700,000 of funding, add $700,000 worth of people, and Susan will highlight who we're adding and what has been done with that funding in her business plan.
Madam Chair, can I just back to the stabilization reserve, but just a little bit of a history lesson. In 2013, council asked KPMG and Public Sector Digest to review our reserve requirements. They recommended 30%. Council in 2024 and 2014 and 15 said, let's reduce that to 15% under the assumption that for major capital projects, we would borrow 50% of the amount. So the prior councils said we will not borrow for anything, we will raise levy. In 2014 and 15, councils said for major capital projects, and it's not, you know, this one for $4,000 and this one for $1 million, across the board, on average, we would borrow 50%. That allowed us to reduce that from 30% to 15%. And with the paramedic station gets us to 10.7% of where we are. So we're still, you know, within the range, but we made that decision to get to 15% by saying we were going to do borrowing, which we are. We're borrowing for the building, for example.
Any other questions? Okay, back to you, Alex.
That's it again. So I'll quickly run by. So your levy increase is your dollar increase to the levy. Your segment increase is the percentage increase on the segment. So the 22.51% is not a 22.51% increase on the levy. It's just within that segment. So here we have a couple things going in and out. Our provincial offenses net revenue is anticipated to go down, but we should see increased investment income based on interest rates. As well, last year we had a projected transfer for a development charge study and a development charge study. So what it boils down to, most of the change here is the 0.65% dedicated capital levy, which was 74,321 for the year, which would be a 22.51% or so on the segment. All right. Council budgets, again, a couple ins and outs here. So we are increasing a reserve transfer to offset the strategic plan for 2023. That's also seen in the contracted services. The main increase here is the salaries and benefits associated with council following the 2021 compensation review. Those increases were to take effect this term of council starting December 2022. So 2023 is the first year those are fully into the salary plan. All right, so for the corporate budget, which is basically old house, a few one-time items from last year on the revenue and expense side are falling off. So both the HRIS project and some general COVID funding. And maybe just to further to Councillor Greenwood Spears' point on the COVID funding, if anyone's going to keep getting COVID funding, it'll probably be long-term care. But in terms of, say, in 2020, when we got 1.187 million for general county expenses, that's probably not going to happen again in 2023. So the big drivers here, and this will probably be the same for most departments, is the WSIB expense, the medical benefits, and the cost of living. We did see an unexpected decrease in MPAC fees. MPAC is kind of similar how they bill to weighted assessment, just instead of, say, just the city of Kingston, the county of Frontenac, they take the whole province. So if growth in Toronto and growth in the major centers is greater than the growth that we have, we then get a smaller portion of the total MPAC fees. And MPAC has kept their total budget at 0% the last 3 years. So we've been seeing a decrease in those fees. And as well, just to highlight, we would see the venture payment projected to start coming July 1, 2023. Our plan was to borrow the full debenture before completion instead of using a construction loan. Right now, a construction loan, last I checked, was an interest-only payment for 4.75%, or you can borrow at a rate of about 4.3% and pay off your interest and principal. So at this point, it makes a lot more sense to go all in, start the debenture to raise your funding, than to kind of borrow and only pay interest at a higher rate. All right, marine services, as I mentioned earlier, no impact on the levy. Just to kind of quickly go through what's going on there, there's a projected increase in ticket sales. We project that the pass sales will decrease, but that'll be offset by a decrease in the transfer to Frontenac Islands for pass sales. So we have an agreement with Frontenac Islands where we can treat the revenue earned by both the township ferry and the county ferry as one ferry because it's the same pass to use both. And now that I believe they start taking debit sales in late 2021, more people are buying the passes on the island than before. So therefore that'll decrease our transfer at year end to make the ferries whole essentially, because they're getting more of the revenue up front. And beyond that, there's the 80% for the MTO will increase based on budget, and again, the usual suspects, WSIB expense and medical benefits causing the increase in salaries and benefits.
Sorry, Ron, go ahead.
On the money, going back to the COVID 1.1 million or whatever for Fairmount Home, was that all used? Or did we do the accounting to make sure that was all used before we used our own money?
It hasn't all been used yet. We're working through the 2022 calculations right now. I was actually looking at that yesterday.
So if it's not all used, where does the leftover go? Into a reserve somewhere, but operating reserve?
There's been no direction on that yet.
Okay.
So it would either be, if we're fortunate, you could roll it into the reserve. If we're not fortunate, you might have to pay it back. But it's not money, we're not out any money. We're just taking back the money we actually spent. So fortunately,
But then we need to be creative that we would use it instead of lose it somehow and save somewhere else. Are we allowed to do that?
The money is to be incremental to what you would normally spend. So if you normally bought 10 boxes of masks and had to buy 100 boxes of masks, it was intended to pay for the 90. So that's where it gets complicated.
And yes, And we were fortunate where our two largest services, being healthcare related, were quite well funded and compensated for those. So we're always held a little back. And then February the following year would come by and they would give you added money for the previous year. It's like, okay, so we don't have to use the money we'd set aside for it. We'll just keep rolling it forward. So that's why we have a little more than we had originally thought.
Judy and then Jerry.
Just a quick question regarding the medical benefits and that. Do we have a separate catastrophic fund that is shared by other municipalities and that to help offset when somebody has exceptional expenses? That I know in healthcare sector and that we used to have a secondary benefit that was shared for what we would call the huge expense, and somebody might have a cancer treatment that is far beyond and goes beyond what the usual benefits are. So I'm just curious.
That's covered through the pooling at the benefits provider.
So just the one policy.
Just the one policy, but they pool to a certain degree the healthcare benefits amongst everyone who's participating. So indirectly, yes.
And in healthcare, they typically use a reciprocal. So there's 40 hospitals in a reciprocal and then insure the catastrophic. We insure everything. We're not in a reciprocal.
Thanks, Fran. Just for my edification here, and let's go back to the COVID funding for a minute. I want to be sure I got this. The COVID funding was to be used in addition to what we normally would spend. So at no point in time are we using the COVID to offset it to reduce our costs. It's everything above that. So we have to spend our whatever dollars first, and then we get into this. And whatever we don't use goes back possibly.
So more or less, so if you had, I'll just use a basic example. If you had to all of a sudden buy masks for everyone, that's an incremental expense. You can apply COVID funding for that. In terms of if it's unused, there hasn't been any direction. If it, as of the end of 22, if it's unused, what would happen to it? So again, the two most likely scenarios are either hold on to it and it rolls into reserve somewhere, or you need to pay it back. If we need to pay it back, it's not like we're out anything because we covered off the added expenses that we incurred. So we've had surpluses the last 2 years. We're not out anything as a result of having to hand back COVID funding.
I'm kind of in Ron's camp. Let's get really creative here and make sure we don't pay any of it back. So if that's possible.
We're not going to buy kayaks and gazebos yet.
They do what we can only do. Judy?
Just a quick question on the COVID funding. It also helped to cover off staff costs.
Yes.
So at this point in time, have we ramped down any of the staffing costs? And that, in other words, there's still the screener usually at the front door. And any additional things that have cut back?
It was really mostly the replacement costs. So in April 2020, if you had the sniffles, you were gone for a week. Because so that replacement to bring that person off was eligible. That's really where most of the cost came from. There was some added costs in terms of screener, which you still have to do in long-term care, and which is at least funded till March 31, 2023, I think. But most of it was replacement.
So basically all the sick time that people were off for, and that was actually covered off by COVID
The sick time that was
related. to
potential
Yeah.
COVID, yes.
Wonderful.
All right. So social housing. So there'll be a project proposal coming forward in a few slides to basically, provide 2 rent subsidies within the county of Frontenac. So that's the operating revenue and project proposal both got 25,000. Net impact is 0. It will be funded through a reserve transfer. We'll get into that probably half an hour or so. In terms of contracted services, that is the city's requisition. Again, same thing. They're having some issues on the funding side and the cost of service side. So that increases up by 19.6% within that segment. Social services, a little better. So the budget increase there would be 1.6%. And again, just a reminder, those costs split between caseload support and administration costs. All right, Fairmount Home, lots going on here. I won't make you read every line. More or less, the story takeaway is there's more money coming in. That money is offsetted at its staff resources. So the 4 hours of care funding and the PSW premium funding are provincial programs and offsetting added costs for staff and wages. There's also a new nurse practitioner envelope, which is offsetting a new nurse practitioner. And medical benefits have increased, but WSIB costs have decreased for Fairmount. They're the unicorn. I would suspect they had a couple big cases that fell off the history, which caused them to drop, but everyone else is going up. They went down this year. Our other big one did the exact opposite, so it's hard to tell. Exactly, we'll take the same as we can get them this year. So the total levy, unfortunately, was a little bit behind the chart when it came on up here, went down. So what happened? We already covered the debenture. So the debenture has dropped off the levy, but that debenture is just going towards other borrowing in other departments, and as well the county transfer to capital, which is usually just an outflow, is an in and out of our own dedicated reserve based on that joint reserve we talked about earlier. So Frontenac paramedics, significant increase here. A lot of it is status quo, but a lot of it is also project proposals to keep up with the proposed service levels. So the increase in provincial revenue, again, is based on 2022 budget costs. This increase is not increasing at the same rate as what our costs to operate the service are. So we have to eat a bigger portion in that instance. Transfer from reserves accounts for 0.65% increase in the dedicated levy to offset the county's new resources. So that would fund a crew on April 1st, on October 1st, and a new vehicle should council vote in those project proposals. Salaries and benefits, again, WSIB expense and medical benefits are driving it. We've also increased sick leave and accommodated work and meal premiums and overtime. That's based on our recent historicals, even adjusting for COVID. And again, we discussed earlier, if you're intentionally under budgeting, you're just shooting yourself in the foot for the next year. So at this point, we're working them into the budget because we're pretty confident our experience is indicative of what we'll see going forward. And on the material side, fuel costs, anyone who's been at the pump has probably realized that they've come down a little bit, but they were close to $2 for the better part of 2022. We budgeted $1.40. I think we're at $1.65 for 2023. Hopefully things stay closer to $1.50. And also we've seen increases in clothing uniforms and in health and safety supplies. A large part of that though is we do need to do full scale replacement of our carbon monoxide monitors.
Ron, did you have a question?
Well, on that note there of the materials side, could any of that be used under the COVID line?
No.
None of that can
So
either, eh? Okay,
you-
just,
only incremental supplies, not incremental costs. So if COVID,
we could have said the uniforms wore out a lot different than because of.
I like where your head's at. I'm
Just,
sure-
I'm just
not sure the ministry
thinking
would,
of,
yeah.
there was obviously an added strain on everything that we used. So that's all. I'm just trying to think a little bit outside the box. I'm not saying it's going to make a big difference, but just, I would hate for it to go back if there's an opportunity of somehow to use it. I know that our staff don't want it to go back either. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, but
And again, this is mostly driven on unit and cost. So it's not that the usage is going up exponentially because of COVID. It's the cost because the cost of fuel went up. So the cost of ship everything went up. So everything goes up. Supplies down. So unfortunately.
Actually, just to build on that, there might have been more increased frequency of calls related to respiratory complications of COVID and that. So I'm just wondering, is there any way we could look at it based on the nature of the call?
You would have a really hard time making that to the ministry and leave yourself open to them clawing back something 2 years from now when you don't have it, would be the concern. Just kind of speaking out loud, the call volume grew roughly at the rate we thought would grow. Really where the pain point parent service has been is it takes longer to process each call, be it having to put on PPE or having further delays at the hospitals. The call volume itself, I think we had done a study in 2018, 2019, was saying 3.8% a year. We're seeing 4.2 roughly from that jumping off point. So we're on closer to 5, sorry. Yeah, but it did go up, yeah. But the time to handle those calls increased by 20%. So really, your pain point in the service isn't so much a call volume, it's the time to handle each call.
And maybe on that note, we're making it too complicated
I
to
am
figure it
sure
out.
that staff will be looking for every dollar that they can find legally, and we should let them do that. Onward.
Thank you, Deputy Ward. All right, so I just want to quickly highlight the reserve transfers. So 2 main changes here. There's the continuance of the 0.65% dedicated operations levy, where we are 2 of 5, which would fund off our project proposals below. And as well, we'll need to increase our capital vehicle contribution by 20% this year. Reason being is the cost of vehicles has increased at a rate of, I believe it was 8% a year in the last 6 years, which is greater than what we had anticipated with our capital planning. And as well, our vehicle provider advised that they would be halting their remount program. So just for new councilors who might not be aware, the remount program is basically if you take a paramedic truck, you've got the truck and the box in the back. Your truck might only last 5 years, but the box might be good for 10. So what they would do is take that perfectly usable box off, put a new chassis under it, and then send it back out. And that would be lower cost than replacing the whole paramedic vehicle. We've been advised that at least for this year, they're no longer doing that. So we've adjusted our capital forecast accordingly, that may not be an option going forward.
So that obviously is a major savings. So is there only one company that does this, or one company we know of? Or I know you probably researched this, so just whatever you can give me.
I'll defer to the chief on this one.
So all of the vehicles that we get have to be certified by the Ministry of Health in Ontario. So there's 3 providers, Demers, Crestline, and Braun, who in the past year and a half have all joined together under one parent company. So we essentially have at this point one option for where we can purchase our trucks.
Okay, I got that, but what about the remounting of the box? Is that done locally, or is that still part of this large company out complex? Okay.
Along that line, is there any other company that does remounts, and that as you do for dump trucks and things of that nature, that you just swap out the box and put it back on? The fact that there's been a consolidation that has extremely limited any competition in that between the companies, and that have we looked outside of province as well, such as Quebec or Manitoba, see if there's another company that could do that, because it is significant.
So one of those 3 companies is a Quebec company. So they're all across Canada, and I'll defer to the chief again. I believe the only one at this point.
So there's Demers in Quebec, and there's Crestline in Saskatoon, and then Braun, which actually originated in the States. And again, any trucks, no matter how they're put together, whether it's a remount, all of the components have to meet the standards of the Ontario Ministry of Health. So in order to bring on a new type of supplier, you would, with the suppliers that are approved by the ministry, they've already paid for all of the crash testing, all of the safety testing that is done on these vehicles, and they've approved it. If we wanted to go outside and find an individual company, we would then have to pay ourselves for all of the testing that would be required by the ministry to ensure that those vehicles meet the ministry standards, and that testing is extremely expensive.
So the ministry basically tells us the companies we can use and we can't. All right, onward.
All right, next on the health unit, fairly simple, 2% increase and a cost share there. Won't spend a whole lot of time on that one. Library budget, so we got a 4.38% increase on the operations for the year. Also recommending increasing the reserve, the transfer in to 14,000, or sorry, from 20 to 34,000 this year. The reason being they are planning a major purchase of a book sorting machine in 25 and have some other bigger purchases down the road. So with our current balance and current contributions, if we don't raise it now, we'd have to raise it later. For planning and economic development, again, lots of ins and outs here. So there was a regional CIP and a heritage study last year and under contract with services that isn't happening this year. That's being offset in the operating revenue line because those are being offset by reserve transfers. We've also decreased the user fees collected from planning because those have just to bring them in line with what we've seen in actuals. The main changes here were like salary and benefits. And again, stock purchase support, WSIB expense and medical benefits are the drivers there. And an increase in the debenture cost to borrow for K&P Trail development. All right, continuous improvement. The main decrease here is there was a county contribution last year for LiDAR imaging. That's falling off. The only other increase I just want to highlight is that the direct wages for summer students have increased, just following a memorandum of understanding with the 2290 union. They're now paid 80% of the administrative clerk band, as opposed to minimum wage what they were paid before.
On the CIP, back one slide, is that being used? Are people still applying for it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We I think it was roughly 43,000 we sent out this year, but that was sent to council in December meeting.
But Joe can answer the regional CIP. Frontenac is one of only a half a dozen counties that are eligible to have a regional CIP. So that's what the study was about, so that anybody in the county, rather than specific areas within each township.
Okay. So there are 5 local CIPs in Frontenac County, Harold Smith and Verona in South. This is a different project. This is more of an economic development project that we're looking at economic investment across Frontenac. That work is not finished yet. You gave us the approval to move forward with it last year, and we'll be bringing the results forward to this council probably in the fall.
Good.
Yes, regarding the increase for the K&P Trail, what is that money going to be used for? We have any idea?
That would be land purchases and associated costs. And basically that's the debenture payment to facilitate those land purchases, not just the one-time payment to purchase the land. So that's anticipated to be borrowed over 20 years. All right, and then what we have is the other category. We might as well probably call that one just like external transfers. So this is where the money in and out that gets transferred to the townships for the Canada Community Building Fund, which still doesn't roll off the tongue like federal gas tax used to. So the increase and decrease are shown there. The main change here is the transfer to fund rural transportation, which we covered a little bit in the status quo budget. There's an added 32,000 we need to raise this year to now fully fund that out of the levy, that annual contribution. Beyond that, our external transfers have no change for 2023. I'll just highlight the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. We committed a 4-year commitment to them. This is year 4 of 4. As well as the Hospitals of Kingston, that's part of a 10-year commitment. I think that's year 6 of 10. We annually contribute $300 to Kingston Agricultural Fair through a trust. And as well, we discussed $96,000 towards rural transportation initiatives. So at this point, I can keep going, or do you guys want to break?
10:16. Our break is scheduled for 10:30. You want to stop now?
You can keep going. Up to you.
Go ahead, please. You do 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. It'll be a tight 8. Right. All right, so this is the, oh, sorry. Okay, so this is the project proposal we had told council we're going to bring back about supporting affordable housing. So just for some background, the city of Kingston through Housing and Social Services has a service standard for the rent assistance programs. Under the LSR agreement, program costs are apportioned based on the actual net cost based on the geographic area. So if there's a rent subsidy in the city of Kingston, we pay 0. If there's a rent subsidy in the county of Frontenac, that's on us to contribute. So in 2022, council directed staff through report 22-028 to bring forward to this budget the potential of how to add 2 rent subsidies in the county of Frontenac. So the rent maintenance program changed in 2021 from provincially funded to municipally funded. New applications to the rent assistant subsidy are only approved for 1 year. The county can opt into the number of subsidies provided, but cannot cap the value of those subsidies. So the determination would be made by the service provider, which is the social housing case manager, over who would get the subsidy. Rent assistance is meant to be temporary. The funding commitment is provided to the client household for a specified duration at a specified address. And only county residents would be eligible to receive the subsidy to allow them to continue to reside in the county. Okay. Oh, sorry. All right, so for options to evaluate, KMO 3, so we can add 2 rent subsidies in the county of Frontenac. We can maintain the status quo with no subsidies. Or if council wanted to elect no subsidies, we have an annual $25,000 transfer to social housing reserve for out of scope projects. Basically, this reserve was set up for the eventuality that something like this would no longer be provincially funded. If we didn't want to go forward with the rent subsidies, there's nothing imminent that would require that $25,000 transfer to continue. So basically, we're building up this reserve. There's no definite future expenses that are coming out of that reserve if we weren't continuing with this project.
Gary?
So Alex, can we go back to that one slide? You say 2 rent subsidies, that's 2 rental apartments or 2 rental townhouses or whatever it is?
Yeah.
So we're only servicing 2 additional families.
2 additional
Okay.
families / individuals.
And you don't think that this subsidy is going to increase exponentially over the coming years?
Well,
Like, I know, you're not a crystal, you don't have a crystal ball and whatever, just seems where we are with rents going up and people can't afford certain things. This has a potential to, I think, create a significant financial pressure for us over the coming years. That's just my version of the world, what I see.
yeah, and again, the council would opt in on how many subsidies it has, but not necessarily the cost. And I'll cover that one in maybe 2 or 3 slides.
Sure.
About the financial impact.
So I was going a little bit where Jerry's going is it's 2. I'm not saying you don't have to start somewhere, but we already contribute to the whole social housing from the city of Kingston. So if they choose to do rent subsidy anywhere out here, which was McMullen, whatever those projects were, we're already paying into that. If they increase that cost, we have to contribute. Is that my understanding? They tell us what the bill is.
So a program cost is attributed to the jurisdiction where it's incurred.
Right.
So for the rent subsidy program, they have, I don't know how many, but the city of Kingston is paying for those specifically in the city of Kingston. Currently, we have none. If we were to add some, that would be an additional cost to us to fund those subsidies.
Right.
So it's outside of the other envelopes for social housing.
Okay, but we are still contributing to the social housing aspect of the city if it's being done in Frontenac County.
I don't believe. So any city cost, program city cost, we are not contributing to. We would contribute, we would share in the administration costs, but not the program cost.
I thought when they had their budget and if the cost went up exponentially for all of the housing in Frontenac County that is subsidized through social housing, we pay those costs,
So McMullen Manor,
for example.
yes, that's correct. But this is a different program.
I know.
Yes.
So we're trying to create a program outside of what a program that's there.
We're trying to
Am I
join
not-
on to their I don't have the report in front of me for the exact word. They have a program directly for rent subsidies. That's not in the county of Frontenac. This is the opportunity to participate within that program.
Yes.
So I'm
Not
not
a
real
new
comfortable then.
program.
Pardon?
It's not a new program. The new part is that municipalities pay for it.
Right. And just for
As
one
opposed to
last
province.
comment, that's what happens when you say last year, move it to next year's budget.
Jerry,
So Alex, and following up what Ron was talking about, if they added 2 more rent subsidies in the city of Kingston, that would not impact us. But if you put 1 in Charlotte Lake and 1 in Harrington or Hardington, that we would pay for that. So
Correct.
it's just the rural aspect of that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
yes, go ahead.
Sorry, so where's the initiative or the pressure coming to add this?
So this was brought to council, I believe, last March or April. As information, the direction from council was to bring a report or a project proposal back at budget on how this could be added. Again, still the sole prerogative of county council to determine a service level, to add, subtract, et cetera.
Jerry,
So just a comment, this saves us building an additional social housing building or affordable housing or whatever you want to call it. If you had to subsidize, you had to find housing for 10 people, 10 different units, we would have to build a building. This way we can do rent subsidy and our costs are substantially lower. No capital costs, no maintenance, no staffing, whatever. Just put them in an existing unit. So that's just a comment.
okay, any other questions or comments? I think one of the problems we have is that housing is so costly. If you're looking at renting something for $1,600, a subsidy isn't going to help a lot in those kinds of rents. And I believe that's what we have out there in the private market right now. So unless you have specifically built rent geared to income housing, that's where I can see that there might be a subsidy to go along with that. But the rents that are out there, people can't afford with or without a subsidy.
All right, so any additional subsidies would be discretionary, not mandatory. Cover that one.
This is one that Fran would say last year, park that one or whatever you have to do with it for now.
Right. So from a financial evaluation standpoint, so the amount of subsidies calculated based on a person's income and the cost of rent, and that can range anywhere from $76 a month to $1,500 a month. So an average subsidy would be around $450 a month for $5,400 a year. As someone who works in finances, it's a bit challenging for me to budget whether it's going to be a $76 a month subsidy or a $1,500 a month subsidy, because we have no say in how much that subsidy is, which is why the proposal is to make a contribution to the reserve, and then over time, that should balance out, or you can adjust the contribution in or out, or up or down based on where the actual cost would be.
Judy?
Do we have an idea of how many unhoused people we have currently in the counties?
I do not. Jeanette, if you're on, do you?
Sorry, yes, I am on. That, I don't have an idea of that. I know that the Salvation Army does the homelessness program for the city of Kingston that looks after that. But I'm not sure the number that are unhoused at this moment.
I can speak to that from previous occupations. To try to get the count of the homelessness people in the county, because there's no central system, it's usually not very accurate if they come up with a number, because a lot of our folks are couch surfers. It's not that they're in the street or under a bridge, but there are lots of homeless that are in an accommodation that they're basically couch surfing, and you can't count those. So it's no reflection on the city with their count, but it's very difficult to get a number of how many homeless people there are.
Would it be beneficial to at least start a bit of a registry for people that might be interested? Or would it throw too much hope out?
Nikki, go ahead.
The Salvation Army does have a registry. So they work out of an office for Frontenac County out of Verona. And if you reach out to them, they can give you more information, but they do keep a list. The downfall right now is that there is no housing in the county for people, and people are getting moved to the city. So the city is subsidizing them through the city. They're just not being subsidized through the rural area because they can't find housing here. But if you reach out to the Salvation Army in Verona, they can give you a lot more information.
Ron?
Back a little bit of history, when the city took what some of our seniors housing or social housing, whatever you want to call it, away from us, they managed the program. And I'm not in favor of creating our program. I'm more comfortable with the city still managing the social services and not us not getting into it. I find it very hard. We've had these conversations at our own council to start servicing social programs on property taxation. Is very difficult for me.
Yes, I know personally there was a couple people up our way that were actually living in tents in the summer. And when the weather got bad, they had to find some other accommodation. And they are out there. And, you know, I just feel for them because they have no other place to go. And I think there's a certain amount of responsibility on our shoulders to help them out.
And social services may in fact be helping them out. We don't know that.
I'm sure they're doing what they can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, anyone else? All right. Alex?
Just the other thing to add is also if this was, say, a huge priority for any given township, there would be the option that the county would get bills. So say North Frontenac wanted to add 10 subsidies, it would go through the county. So basically the county gets bills back to North Frontenac. If we wanted to get into like a regional distribution, that could be an option as well. That's more me today.
Okay, everyone, we're back to business here. Not bad, we're right on time. Legislative Services, and we still have Alex as our presenter.
Yes, welcome back, Council. So just a quick point of order. At this point, we are moving to the business plan and project proposal section of presentations. So at this point, managers and department heads from those departments will present their business plans. Unfortunately, Jeanette's showing a bit under the weather today. So I'll be stepping in to cover the slides, so I can assure you, you will not have to listen to me talk for 2 days. You're welcome.
Remember, Jeanette is watching.
Yes. All right. So with that, legislative services responsible for the governance of the county and ensuring accountability and transparency in the governance process. In 2022, carried out a comprehensive review of council's procedural bylaw. So this would govern the way the council and committee meetings are run, includes rules for calling meetings, who is involved, where they happen, how they proceed. It guides residents' interaction with council, the conduct of council, and the way municipality communicates about meetings. And is an important tool that supports how good governance by elected and appointed officials is in the municipality. As well, worked collaboratively with continuous improvement to develop a state of the county climate action plan. This plan is meant to assist the county in reaching Canada's emissions target reduction plan targets set for 2030 and 2050. Also carried out successful joint orientation with township councils. Done collaboratively with all 4 townships and streamlined the process, which reduced costs and promoted consistent messaging. Whilst hosting an inaugural council meeting in 2022, so third of that, the inaugural meeting is a ceremonial affair. It took a great deal of planning to coordinate. This was also our first official meeting that was open to the public in over 2 years. And we approved a new multi-year accessibility plan. So further accomplishments through emergency management. The county officially terminated its declared emergency on July 5th, 2022, after over 2 years. Also, Jeanette didn't include it on the slide, but the emergency management role transferred over to legislative services in 2022. And Jeanette did a great job taking on the role and bringing a new energy and focus to emergency management planning, processes, and training. All right, so through communications, we're able to continue strategic communications related to COVID-19, delivered communications regarding the redevelopment of the county complex, continue to grow, engage Frontenac.ca and increase public engagement. Also to work on strategic and reputation management and content development for Frontenac paramedics and Fairmount Home. We expanded our video production capabilities and continue to increase engagement metrics on communication channels. So in terms of where we're going for 2023, key focus number 1 is to adjust to a new working environment and procedures as the county offices go through redevelopment. This means alternate ways of communications with the public and how they are able to access the clerk and council services. Furthermore, providing an in-depth council training during this term of council's inaugural year. So we want to make sure that we are setting up this new council to succeed and work collaboratively as a cohesive group. Looking to lead council through a strategic planning process and conduct a lean project on TOMRIMS filing to ensure proper retention and destruction of electronic records. Also be taking a greater focus and training to ensure we are producing accessible documents. So creating accessible PDF documents is not the easiest task, but there are key admin staff here at the county who have had extensive training to ensure the county meets its AODA compliance. And focusing on the development and continuity of operations plans in terms of emergency management. So this slide here is just indicative of the is all of the metrics that we track regarding engagement. I'll just highlight a few in the next few slides. So for public participation in the governance process, the orange line will represent the number of communications that have been sent to council. The blue line below is the number of deputations that come to speak directly to council. So as you can see, deputations have dropped over the past few years. Now, this is large part due to COVID and council meetings not being open to the public to attend in person. However, on the flip side, while written communications and deputations have decreased, we can see that people are watching our meetings on YouTube, and that number has continued to grow through 2020 to 2022. So this is a graph of our monthly overall engagement, including all channels. We would count an engagement as a number of measurable actions that we can see constituents take that include post likes, comments, shares, link clicks, or web page views. As well, this chart here reflects the number of followers on each social media platform. We continue to see an upward trend across all platforms. So here's a snip just of a few of our most utilized web pages and social media content. Our most visited non-landing page continues to be our careers page, followed by the ferry page and the maps and GIS page. And among our most engaged social media posts, we have a local entrepreneur down here at the bottom, and someone that dressed up as a paramedic for Halloween in October. So site visits to engagefrontenac.ca, which is our public engagement platform, and is also shared by the townships and the county, grew from 4,400 in 2021 to 13,963. So 2022 is the second year that the site has gone live. I also think it's indicative of the recent trends we've seen in engagement. So while we're seeing maybe fewer traditional letters or deputations, we do seem to be reaching a lot more people through the Engage Frontenac site, and probably more indicative of where public sentiment's going.
Ron, go ahead.
Yeah, and in the beginning, we did use municipal modernization fund to set that up as one joint, just to see how it would work, because it is a requirement for our capital plan, asset planning. I appreciate that, like, you have to get to the first page and then figure out where you're going. And I don't know that, it's the most intuitive thing, but it's 22,000 a year across the 5 municipalities, or 22,000 per year for each municipality. So, and that may number, do I have the right number roughly?
Close enough, yeah.
So that's the reason we've done it, because it saves 88,000 per year. But
the other comment I wanted to make from earlier up to Jeanette's here is, if COVID helped us anyway, we know how to work from home now that the office is down. We've had 2 years of doing it, and now that the offices are renovated, everybody just keeps going, well, this is normal.
But it has shown us that there are more efficient ways of doing things. Instead of traveling for 2 hours for a 1-hour meeting,
I hear that in your voice that you want to stay home.
I live on a road called Over the Hills. So imagine what tomorrow's going to be like. See, Jerry can attest to that.
So Fran, if I could just add to that point, it also makes your meetings more accessible, because your meetings are during the day, and many people are not able to take time off during the day to attend a meeting. So when they're online, they're much more accessible.
Thank you, Jeanette. Alex, where next?
All right, so just a quick overview of risk analysis and mitigation strategies. So the 3 main advisements is that new legislation can shift provincial direction really at any moment. New legislation has the potential to bring external oversight to municipal accountability, such as the integrity commissioner provisions from Bill 68, or I believe it's the Strong Mayors Building Homes Act and Bill 3. And adherence to legislation regarding privacy and confidentiality of information. So in terms of mitigating it, we'll monitor proposed legislation and network with municipal partners. Continue to focus on accountability and transparency and how we can better assist council in meeting their accountability and transparency requirements. And continue to train staff and council on legislative requirements regarding MFIPA, BHIPA, and other associated regulations. So for looking forward, we'll continue to work with the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer and Cataraqui Conservation regarding the redevelopment of the County Administration Building. And looking further forward, we'll start investigating, looking at a new electronic records management system. So the county's current system, Centrifile, is outdated and has limited querying capabilities. We're probably behind at this point in terms of what other municipalities of comparable size would have. The system will require replacement in the coming years. And mentioned in the earlier initiatives, be looking at a lean exercise to document the requirements and streamline the process, because the easiest time to build those rules in is on paper as opposed to having them in the system to start with.
Ron?
Did we miss an opportunity for grant? Because our municipality got a substantial grant to start digitalizing all of our records, and the person's been working here, I think, for about 2 years now, but I don't know, there was a program that we could.
Yeah, and I think we use that for something else. So that would have been municipal modernization funding, which we either use for the HR software, the LiDAR, or there was another one that's evading me at this point. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just given the background in healthcare and that, it'd be nice if there was a overarching agreement of using the same system for electronic healthcare, or in this case, management of our information, because without that, we'll end up with firewalls. It can also maybe help with the licensing for it if we are all on the same system for doing our management of records.
It could. More and more people are moving to cloud and user-based fees. So whereas before you could get an enterprise license and maybe piggyback a couple of your shared partners with before, I think the providers have maybe wised up to that a little bit. It's a lot harder to do that than it would have been like 5-10 years ago.
Oh, sorry, Fred, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just concerned about when you start going into electronic storage files and things like that, how secure will they be in the future? And, you know, that to me would be an important thing that we should take into consideration.
That's kind of a David Millard question back there. There you go.
Phenomenal segue. Phenomenal segue.
Fred, did they pay you to do that?
Was Fred and Dave talking before the meeting? Is this a prompt?
So we're now
Thanks,
moving
everyone.
into Frontenac Municipal Information Services. And David is with us to talk about that.
Just before David sits down, and this is the first year that 6 of the 8 of you are hearing these business plans, and we're going into a little bit more detail than we will even next year as you become more familiar with it. But it's at a staff level, we felt that it was important to just take a half a step back, and so that we can answer questions like what are we sharing and what are we not sharing. Fran and Ron obviously know the answers to a lot of those things, but so we're taking a bit more time to do that, but it's all outlined in the business plans as well. So.
Just on that same note, I did talk to Alex at the break, and I suggested maybe this summer, especially for the new counselors, we could have Finance 101. Like we're debenturing this, debenturing that. We have stabilization reserves. We have reserves over here, just to get a handle on the overall picture. So that would help us to better be able to make decisions here. I mean, we got this down, but you know, how comfortable we are with it. So if we could have a little more information, but that's going to be like 2 or 3 hours and not right now, someday, maybe in June or July or something when, you know, things we're past the budget season and the audit season and whatever.
Yeah, once the audit's done, finance staff prepares for council a reserve overview and summary of where we're at. And that's probably a good time to go into that. We will have all the audited numbers and we can show that a little bit easier at that point. So
Looking
suggestion.
forward to it. Thank you.
David,
Thank you. And just before I start the presentation, I'll just address, so any opportunity to have a shared procurement within the Frontenac Municipal Information Services, we always extend that to all the partners. So if we're looking at electronic document management system, that will also be presented to all of the partners as well. Fairmount Home specifically, the paramedic service, they have very specialized software to handle all their nurse call records as well as the paramedic service with theirs. Very niche markets for both of those as well. So, and Councillor Fowler, thank you for the security comment because that's top of mind for every single thing we do every day within our department. So thank you for recognizing that. So thank you. My name is Dave Millard. I'm the Manager of Information Services for the County of Frontenac and the Frontenac Municipal Information Services. Is this thing work now, Alex? Just a quick introduction to our teams. Mr. Steve Buell is our service desk analyst. He services South Frontenac and Frontenac Islands Township. You would have seen him scurrying around this morning, getting things set up for us. Mr. Mel Shaw was our service desk analyst for Central and North Frontenac Townships. That position is currently open and we're actively recruiting. Mr. Chris Waters is our service desk analyst and he looks after the county administration, Fairmount Home, the paramedic services, as well as the Conservation Authority. Mr. Matt Schnarr is our network administrator. He looks after all of the network infrastructure as well as server infrastructure for all 6 of our partners. Mr. Ryan Dixon is our business analyst. He's the direct report, Steve, Mel, and Chris report directly to Ryan on a daily basis. And Ryan is also, his primary task is to be the liaison between our department and all partners. And I'm the manager. I get to work with all those wonderful folks. So it's appreciated. Some of our clients you can see, I don't need to go into detail. I'm sure you're quite aware of all the folks on the slide there. We get the privilege to service 9 of our 9 clients in total. So some of our major successes in 2022 included the Fairmount Home Nurse Call System replacement, which is still ongoing due to some equipment delays. Everyone's came across that in the industry for sure. This was a significant project throughout the year. This includes all the call bells for the nurse call system within every resident room, general area, your staff assist buttons throughout. There's software attached to it for reporting, and of course the notification system, which is a hybrid right now of pagers, hall displays, and phones as well. We also replaced all the virtual server infrastructure for all of the partners. So this is the first time since the inception of FMIS back in 2016 that we're all standardized on the same infrastructure. And extremely important because prior to that, we had 4 different types of technology we were dealing with and 4 different throats to choke when something possibly went wrong. The other benefit is we're harmonized now on all of our warranty periods with that equipment as well. So that's a tremendous benefit as well. And of course, working from home, we've extended it from COVID to the county building renovation. Soon to be back in the office at some point, hopefully. So this slide, this chart represents total service requests and it indicates the volume from 2016 to 2022. We picked 2016 as a starting point because that's when we started providing services with the townships. Prior to that, the data would have been quite skewed. You can see a spike here in 2020, which was obviously a direct result from COVID and needing to set up all staff to work from home. We're back down in the last 2 years to more manageable levels at this point. So on average, we're in around the 4,000 service requests per year.
Ron?
When you said that we're all, the whole county, I guess then is using the same software or same, that would be, should be way more cost effective too, shouldn't it? When purchasing or?
Absolutely. So it's still extremely expensive to buy IT services and equipment. I'll qualify that to start with, especially now. As a trailer to that, we signed the agreement in 2021, and 2 weeks ago, we received the final bit of hardware to complete the project. We've seen incredible delays in delivery of equipment. So this, again, sorry, this just talks about volume. I think we've covered this off pretty well. We're seeing it come back to more manageable levels at this point. So this slide speaks to how fast we're getting some of our work done. So the bottom bar represents 0 to 4 business hours from submission to closure of work orders. So we're able to achieve 49% of our work orders within that 4-hour window. And we do have a service level agreement that's signed with all the partners. And those hours are dictated in the service level agreements. The next bar represents 4 to 24 business hours, which we completed an additional 31% of our calls. And then we extend that out to 24 to 48 hours for 7% of our requests. And then the top 2 bars, 48 out to 120 hours to complete, which collectively represents 12% of our service requests.
Judy?
Just for clarity, business hours, does that refer to a 24-hour clock when you're talking 4 to 24 hours, or is that 24 hours is 3 days of 8 hours?
So business hours are 8 to 4. That's what we.
So it's 3
yeah.
days.
So that's why I want to highlight business hours. Yes, yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yep. So major initiatives in 2023, our major initiative will be end user security awareness training. You're going to see a project proposal on that directly following this. So probably just hold till then. Couple of risks just to advise on, of course, cybersecurity and data resiliency, data loss and data breaches are always top of mind for us. Thank you, Councillor Fowler, for highlighting that. Recommendations to continue our existing backup process to offline vendor, continue with the multi-layer security approach, and also to introduce/continue user security training. And then finally, to increase the use of 2-factor authentication. So when you're presented to a lot of our services are going to software as a service, so hosted solution. So rather than just presenting to a web page, putting in a username and password, it then requires you to put in some type of security key as well. So that's what the 2-factor authentication is. It's something you have. It's not something you know, it's something you have. So that's where we want to enhance that layer.
We are at questions.
Yes.
Any questions, comments? You must have done very well. Oh, we do have one, Bill.
Sorry, David, you mentioned you're going to talk about the security request.
The security awareness training, yes.
Is that next or?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So yes, this ask is to establish end user security awareness training. And just to note, this would be a requirement of all county employees. It's not departmental training, it's across the corporation. Absolutely, it would include all elected officials.
No more training. We haven't had enough.
So cybersecurity awareness training is a program to empower employees with security knowledge in the effort to reduce the risk of data breaches and additionally provide security benefits. Education on topics such as password management, privacy, email spam, phishing identifications, safe browsing and good internet hygiene, as well as physical security. Training employees to identify threats, prevent downtime from data breaches and financial loss due to fraud. Also ensures that the county stays compliant with legislative requirements and improves public confidence, of course, in our brand. So data breaches and ransomware attacks target all sizes of organizations, from large, medium, and small companies to federal, provincial, and of course, local municipal governments. On screen are a few examples of cyber attacks on, unfortunately, some of our municipal neighbors. We won't get into specifics, but it's usually not pleasant. Some of the legislative requirements to consider with this is federally Bill C-26, Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, Personal Health and Information Protection Act, Personal Identification Protection and Electronic Documents Act as well. Yes. Some of the direct impacts from data breaches or ransomware attacks is loss of data, which can range from corporate proprietary data, employee personal information, to healthcare records. Breaches can and often lead to financial loss through fraud, and of course, public distrust through reputational damage. So what does security awareness training include? Security awareness training programs should cover common topics such as email phishing, password protection, safe social media usage, social engineering attacks, physical security of data inside the office, as well as working remotely, public Wi-Fi safety when you're out and about, and guidance on working remotely safely, whether you be at a conference, home, boardroom. The county should tailor training to cover the principal threats to our organization, but must be made freely to and available to all elected officials and staff members. So some of the options we evaluated, issue a request for proposal to have qualified vendors build, supply, and deliver the curriculum, build and send simulated phishing attacks, create benchmarks from those simulations, and report back on staff that may require immediate remedial training. We looked at bringing it in-house. We do not have the capacity to deliver a satisfactory level of training in-house. Status quo is not exact, it's not viable. User awareness training is a minimum industry standard and as a mandatory requirement for any insurance applications and renewals.
Jerry?
At the Roma conference, I sat through a workshop on insurance. And the presenter's position was, it is almost impossible to get cyber insurance or cyber coverage insurance. So this is really serious. And I don't see the status quo being the status quo.
It's an industry standard. Yeah.
Ron
it's
and then
not viable.
Judy?
This is just a hypothetical question. Could you not roll this cost line into the same line that we pay all of our insurance in? I mean, all we're basically doing is buying insurance. Self-insurance.
So the difference, the only comment I'll make is insurance is retrospective of the event. Training is proactive.
I agree, but the cost itself, let's say if our budget line is, I'll say it, 500,000 for insurance for the county. Why couldn't we put stuff like this right into our insurance line and fund it out of that same line of cost? Because basically what we're doing is buying insurance for ourselves.
Proactively buying.
Yeah,
Right.
And many municipalities do a risk management budget, which includes insurance and proactive things like this. So I mean, that's something we can certainly, it doesn't change the bottom line number, but it does put all of those initiatives in the same place the council can look at them.
Not to speak on financial for accounting principles, but I think it's also a matter of transparency to be upfront, extremely honest with what we're spending on.
Judy?
A, does our insurer currently cover cyber insurance? And B, do they have a program that they provide and that to ensure that they don't have to pay out?
If we're going to talk about cyber insurance, it needs to go in closed session. It is a security risk to the municipality. to talk about it in open session, but
What's going on with you, Dave? I think it's still working. No, either that or battery's going down. Thanks. Yep. Battery might be passing away soon. Yeah, so again, just to highlight, thank you. I'll replace that. This is not departmental training. This would be would be mandatory to all 450-ish county employees that we have, as well as elected officials. So
Go ahead.
Thank you, Fran. I'm strongly in favor of putting this into the budget. I consider myself fairly techie. Brianna and Steve might disagree, but I just bought a new laptop and following instructions. I was basically 2 keystrokes away from having a fraudster hack my computer. The issue, of course, is you Google the link you want. It's an ad if you don't read it properly, and you're into a fraudster's website or call or whatever. And by way of thought, if they actually hack my computer, they don't have access to our Frontenac Islands email system, and it goes downhill from there. So I strongly recommend we move on this quickly.
oh, thank you for your advocacy.
Fred?
Yes, when this comes about, would we be, speaking of what she is, would we be provided laptops and things like that for use exclusively for county business?
That hasn't been the process in the past. The townships have delivered their own equipment if they choose to. Each of the townships kind of do it differently. Some, South Frontenac provides iPads. A couple of the municipalities provide allowances toward you buying technology for your position. And I think that covers off the process as well.
Well, what I'm concerned is if my laptop gets compromised and I'm coming into the system, am I going to be compromising the rest of the system, the other people?
So yes, we can just give a blanket answer of yes, because we can't say no. Okay. There's a lot of roadblocks we put in the way as far as security to prevent that from happening, from having that single point of failure, but they do exist. And so I can't say that if someone does compromise your specific device, that they couldn't gain access.
All I'm saying is if you, the IT people, had control over our hardware, then, it might be a little more secure to prevent any of these other things happening.
I would suggest the same.
David, the one question, is this going to be rolled out to the townships, or is you're already thinking ahead of me here?
Again, just like any procurement we do at the county, we always share it out with all the members of the financial or the group. Yep.
so within each counselor gets an allotment for counselor expenses. You can expense against that for computer equipment if you choose. So, but that would be a personal purchase expensed versus a county or township procured. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Onward.
So the ask from the county levy is just under 9,000. And I want to be clear that this is an annual ask, that we would be asking to include this in budgets ongoing. The way we would roll this out is we'd do a catch up for all employees. And then of course, any new employees would be included, and there'd be training each year to make sure that they stay current with the training as well. Questions?
Okay, any more questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, David.
Thank you. I'll just
Now-
take 1 second to replace this battery. actually,
Okay.
before we-
Next is Frontenac Paramedics, and we're a little bit ahead of schedule. It's a good thing.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Gail. That was faster than I thought it was going to be. Welcome and take it away.
So good morning, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to present Frontenac Paramedics 2023 to 2027 business plan and 2023 project proposals. So just as a quick paramedic overview, Frontenac Paramedics serves a very large area of more than 4,000 square kilometers and 164,000 residents. We're deployed from 7 paramedic stations. We have 12 ambulances in service at the peak of the day. We have 86 full-time paramedics in our operations department. And in 2022, we responded to more than 28,000 emergency calls, 87% which were in the city of Kingston. We have a statistic on there that 48% of our calls were for seniors 60 and older. We did discover a data collection error with that. And in fact, our 2022 number for citizens 60 and older was actually 55.7%. As well as our operations, we have our community paramedicine program, and we have a very successful and expanding community paramedicine program. It began small in 2012 with a contribution directly from County Council, and it's now expanded to the $6.5 million we received over 4 years to run our community paramedicine and long-term care program. We also run a high-intensity support program. We have community paramedics at the consumption and treatment site. And our community paramedics have been heavily involved in COVID-19 response, working at the assessment center and the immunization clinics. And we have 4 full-time community paramedics in the community paramedicine program at this time. Looking at our business plan changes, we anticipate the opening of our new paramedic station sometime in 2023 on Battersea Road. This station is going to be important for helping to serve the growing population in South Frontenac, and as well as reaching the north end of Kingston, where we've had challenges meeting our response times. And you'll also see a project proposal later for additional 12-hour resources in the city of Kingston. To highlight some of our accomplishments from 2022, we did see the groundbreaking for our new paramedic station. We saw the expansion of our community paramedicine program. In terms of COVID response, our community paramedics performed more than 48,000 COVID-19 swabs and administered more than 12,000 vaccines. Despite ongoing staffing challenges, we were able to onboard 18 new part-time paramedics. And we saw our autonomous IV program get back up and running post-COVID. And as well, we implemented a new electronic patient care reporting system. There are a number of challenges that I'd like to highlight for council. One of the biggest challenges and more recently that we're facing is the offload delays at the hospital. We've been blissfully not impacted by these in the last number of years, as KGH has done a fabulous job of offloading patients. But with the overall human health resources and stresses on the hospitals, they have patients that they're not able to release from beds into nursing homes or back into the community. So there's no beds for the patients in emerge to be moved up into the hospital. And therefore, when paramedics arrive with patients in the emergency department, they're stuck there for prolonged periods of time waiting to offload their patient. So this is a problem that's being looked at across the province because it's happening everywhere. Locally, we're working with KGH to try to implement some local programs such as a Fit to Sit program, which is where some of the less acute patients are moved directly to the waiting room so that the ambulance can clear their stretcher and get back in service. There's programs where you put a paramedic or 2 in the hospital to watch over more than one patient that's been brought in by ambulance so that the crews can get back out on the road. And as well, there's maybe opportunity to expand our offload nursing program, which is where we have a specific nurse in the hospital that takes low acuity patients. So we're working on all of those as potential solutions to help with this problem. As well, we're seeing a continued increase in our call volumes. So as call volumes go up, so does our UHU, our response times are jeopardized. And we see a lot more shift overruns and meal premiums for the paramedics. So we're continuing to implement the strategies identified in the ORH study and including adding more paramedic resources. We have our community paramedicine programs that help to decrease 911 calls And recently, the Ministry of Health has expanded the treat and release, treat and refer, and treat and alternate destination programs, which means that we may not have to take every patient to the hospital, which will help limit the offload delays that we're seeing there. They're also going to be they're rolling out an implementation of a new dispatch protocol across the province, which will give us a little more flexibility in dealing with some of the less acute patients. But we need to continue to do work. There's dispatch systems, for example, over in Europe where they have critical care paramedics or nursing staff or doctors directly in the dispatch center that keep the paramedics from actually having to do the ambulance call in the first place. So we need to look at programs like that moving forward to help with the workload. We've mentioned the ongoing staffing challenges. This is a challenge across the province. During COVID, the colleges have been graduating fewer paramedic students, so there's been less paramedics to hire. And it has resulted in us having not enough part-time staff to cover when we've had people off on sick time. So we have seen downstaffing of our vehicles. And as well, we have challenges with this current staffing model on Wolf Island. We're continuing with recruitment drives. We had 3 in 2022, and we've already started our first recruitment drive for 2023. We are seeing a lot less applicants. In the past, we'd see close to 300 people apply for our spring hiring, and we've got approximately 100 people that have applied so far this year. We're looking to improve language with OPSUIT so that our part-timers are able to provide us more availability. And it's important that we continue with our paramedic wellness initiatives, including our peer support team, our staff psychologist, and other initiatives that help the paramedics stay well and able to come into work. Alex also talked about the vehicle shortage. So there's been a shortage of ambulance chassis available over the pandemic. So we've seen a backlog on our existing orders and delay on our new orders. We received part of our 2022 order over the Christmas holidays, but we're still waiting for the remainder of it. No estimate on when we'll receive our 2023 order, and we've already put in our 2024 just to get in line to get the vehicles. We're seeing a lot more increase in the deposit required to put these on hold, and the overall cost has gone up at least 13%. So along with that, we're having to keep our vehicles in service longer, which is leading to increased maintenance costs with the fleet as it stands now. In terms of cautions, we are going to see the need for increased paramedic stations over the coming years. As well, our operations department and our performance standards department is currently housed in 2 separate locations. So ultimately, we're hoping that we can have a headquarters where we're all back together under one roof. And the 2020 building assessment repair indicated there's a lot of repairs that are going to be required, particularly on our Palace Road station. So looking forward, we're going to have to decide what we're going to do with that. We're working with Kingston Fire and Rescue to try and find co-locations, which will be a more cost-efficient way of building paramedic stations. And as well, the master plan budgeting process that was approved last year by council is putting money away for future growth in our stations. The community paramedicine funding is currently coming through 3 different funding streams, all of which have different end dates and no guarantee that they're going to continue. Community paramedicine has been a successful program across the province, so we don't anticipate that it's going to end. We just don't know how it's going to be funded in the future and what that will look like. So there's ongoing work with the province on that. And also the collective agreement for our OPSU 462 paramedics expired in December 2020. So they've been working without a contract since that time. And we doing bargaining ongoing.
Ron has a comment or question?
If you go back that one page there, I just wanted for the other councillors too, the master plan budgeting process was set up to take some of the highs and lows. When we had a substantial increase with the city, they, well, for all intents and purposes, didn't want to pay it, and we ended up in court paying a lot of money. They did. It cost us all money. Let's not kid ourselves. And at the end, the agreement that we had that was in place had to be honored. So at that time, we decided as council to say, well, let's start putting money into a process that takes the high and low out and build up a fund that would be predictable funding into the future, which is, I think, is important for any organization. And I think that's what we started last year. And I think that's important.
Yeah, correct. But that is just for the county portion. The city does their own financing and Alex works with Desiree on that. So
We're trying to take out some of the volatility and make it more predictable.
So looking at initiatives for the next 5 years, in 2023, we're anticipating, as I mentioned, the addition of our paramedic station. And you'll see the project proposal for enhanced paramedic resources. And this is going to be important to be able to continue to deliver the high quality patient care and effective operations, and is in line with the medium-term ORH recommendations from the study in 2018. In 2024, we anticipate that we'll probably need to go back and take a look at those recommendations with all of the changes that have happened in paramedic services since 2018. It would be a good time to reevaluate and get an update on what our plan should be moving forward for future resource requirements. And as we continue to grow with additional stations, vehicles, and staff, we anticipate that we're going to need an increase in our superintendent and logistics staffing to help work with that. In 2025 or 2026, we anticipate there'll be more paramedic resources required based on an update to our study. And hopefully by 26 and 27, we'll be seeing the opportunity to build the additional stations with Kingston Fire and Rescue.
Just would like to make a comment on the one there where you said the ORH study, call volumes and all of those things. I know that everybody's getting older. Apparently that's what everybody keeps telling us. And I guess as long as we're here, we are. But I would like to see those statistics a year after COVID. I mean, no different than our building department and all of those things. We told the staff we would not add resources until we see another year of statistics past COVID.
Yeah, and that's why we thought it would be appropriate to wait in 2024 when we've had another so-called normalish year and see what it looks like. Is the trend going to be continuing to rise? Is it going to level off?
Just to add a comment, and we have never done it in the townships or here, but I think it's time we take a look at our first responder costs in our municipality because it's huge. We go to probably 80% medical calls and the rest is motor vehicles and actual fires. And we can't keep doing this forever with no money. So I think at some point we should get a number, have all the townships present what their costs are and take that forward to the province. Certainly not blaming the paramedics because they can't get there in 15 minutes, but given our locations, every call that comes in goes to our first responders. So the call center, I don't think is supposed to be doing that way, but they do, and we're paying the price. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars that we don't have. Judy?
To add to that, as it indicated in here, that the current model for Wolf Island isn't sustainable. At this point in time, your 15-minute response time is closer to 2 hours in the end for Wolf Island before anybody gets anywhere. So I agree that we should be looking at the province to actually get some amendment in here so that our first responders, our EMS, which are volunteer firefighters, very well trained, can actually do something to help mitigate by picking up the patient if possible and getting them moving. Because at this point in time, it's not viable if you have a serious situation. And just an example on that, the other day, there was an elderly person that took a spell without having any access to equipment. You have to go via the ambulance route, but our firefighters came there first and had the blood pressure equipment, had the right stuff to get an information baseline that whether or not the patient needed transferred to hospital. But at that point, you can't cancel the ambulance. So there needs to be a finesse for rural that when we have well-trained volunteer EMS and firefighters that have needed equipment and that they could be that first step in that. And I think that that requires a provincial amendment, and I think we'd find a lot of support at the rural Roma level on that, because I spoke with the president in regards to that.
On that note, then I think it has to be a collaboration between all of those lower rural municipalities in Ontario. I mean, we have been providing that service now for 20 years. You can't take it away. It would be hard now for us as a municipality to say, okay, our fire department is not going to respond. I don't think that would work either. I agree. Ours is 70% too, 68 point something is medical calls. We've actually purchased vehicles now that are smaller and more of a medical vehicle, half tons with medic things on the back, just because we don't want to send our pumpers, our tanker, all of those things down all the roads. So we're even changing our fleets, not to become paramedics, but because of the response of all of those calls. So I think it has to be I don't like using that word of collaboration, but I think it needs to be a collaboration where you need a motion from everybody to say, this is what's happening. Can the province or whoever address it?
Yeah, I certainly would not want to see that service gone. And I know that we have first responders that would probably not stay with the fire department if they didn't have that part of the job as well, because they really enjoy helping people. But I think we can't go on like this forever. It's going to be breaking us. I think collaboratively, we need to get together and take something to the province. Anyhow, any other questions for Gail? Judy?
Just one other comment on that, from our firefighters on the Wolf Island side, who I've talked to extensively. They're quite keen that they would like to be able to do more, standing at the side and waiting for an ambulance to finally arrive in when somebody could be more readily transferred is counterproductive in that. They're very comfortable. They know when, if it was a massive motor vehicle accident, and threat of spinal cord
But,
injury, something like that.
To watch crossing the lines. They're not paramedics.
Exactly. But most of the calls that are medical and that, we need to look at some model that does work, because the one that's currently there isn't working when it comes to a 2-hour delay.
Okay, anyone else? Oh, Jerry?
The more rural or more remote you are from the population center of Kingston, the more difficult this becomes. I had a personal experience where I passed out at a house conference, or at a house concert, sorry. Didn't like the music, I guess, I don't know. And the firemen came in and they're fairly well trained. And then there was a roving paramedic from the adjacent county in Lanark that showed up. And then the ambulance came. And meanwhile, I want to get up and they're going like, no, you're going to the hospital. And it was okay, but still, you know, it's that the firemen are coming, especially after 6 o'clock at night, because there's no ambulance. And here's the ambulance is down in Parham, which is another 20, 30 minutes further away. And we're lucky in Snow Road because we're just on 509. If you're farther up in the boondocks, into Ampa and Plevna and north of there and some of the cottage country, and there's all kinds of people there for the summer, the ambulance service is a long way out. And we've got several orange helicopter pads around and they're used every now and then. So I mean, like, to take the service away is much more difficult for us than it might be for South Frontenac, not knowing your business. But I'd like to know what kind of vehicles and how they actually work, so we could have that discussion offline.
We just need the money to do the job that we're doing without money. Other questions for Gail? Okay. Where do we go next? Right.
Next, I'll be moving on to my 2023 budget project proposal. And I think Kelly would like to say a few words first.
Thank you, Chief. The next few slides are going to be very data rich. So, you know, as a staff, we want to provide you with the information you need to make that service level decision. 2023 is the year that we've identified to add a 12-hour resource. And as the warden mentioned, we've been saving towards that and we have a plan for it. Having said that, the chief will end on 3 different options. What I want you to keep in mind is that we operate a seamless system. The closest paramedic goes to a call. That paramedic may be from Amherstview, maybe from Gananoque, maybe from Perth, or it may be from Denbigh. It may be from outside, or it may be from within. The difficulty we've had, and the ORH study, which is, there's a link to it on your budget page, details this in with great detail, is that as we get busier in the city, and if you've driven along Princess Street from Bay Ridge right to downtown, all those apartment buildings and all of those senior homes are filled with our prime target. I used to say 60% over 60. I now have to say 58% over 60. That's where those people are. As the service gets busier in the city, that means the rural service comes into the city to be the first response. So it puts pressure on Sydenham. When they come into the city, they may not get back to their base in Sydenham. The same with Parham, same with Robertsville, same with Wolf Island. So creating a system, and it sounds easy, but we have to keep in mind that we're dealing with the elephant in the room, which is the city of Kingston, which has a strong growing population of seniors. And our second biggest demographic we refer to as the hold my beer crowd, which is the 21-year-old male jumping off a building or water skiing or whatever. With Queens, RMC, and St. Lawrence puts a lot of pressure as well, and we only need to look to homecoming. So it's nice to have resources in the rural community, but as we grow, those resources get sucked into the city and sucked into the city, and it adds to pressure in the rural communities. So the chief is going to go through the statistics, look at what the call volumes are, what the response times are, and we're going to end with 3 potential options for council to consider. And we're at that point where that is a council decision. I think the data will give you some clues, but we're going to have to make some difficult decisions. Also recognizing that, as the warden said, in 2024, what does the world look like post-COVID? The recommendation coming to you today was largely based upon the numbers from 2018 and 19, as Alex said, and the call volume has gone up a little, but what has really changed and added the pressure is the time on task. And the chief will go through that. And simple terms, what we do this year, we're probably going to be right back at it in either 2024 or 2025, looking at another resource. We have set the wheels in motion with respect to, the paramedic station on Battersea Road is a 2-bay station. We're continuing talks with the city of Kingston on co-locations. We've promised council that in 2025, we'll be coming back to you with a discussion about whether we do a central book-on station, which again, looking at the city of Peterborough and the city of London, they found great efficiencies in doing that, reducing your footprint in high real estate areas and increasing your footprint in lower real estate areas and gaining efficiencies on logistics. But that report will be forthcoming. So with that, I think from a county council perspective, the unique thing that we bring to the table is preserving response time in the rural areas. And in order to do that, sometimes we need to add service in the city.
I just wanted to make a comment following up on that. And everybody knows in the last year how we were in the media about how terrible everything was in the paramedic service. It's not. They still provide a great service. But we notice it even here in our own municipalities, and I just want to say how it gets covered off. We have fire equipment that went down, and people say, well, we don't have a pumper in Station 7. No, you don't, but you have a pumper in Station 6, 5, 4, 3, and it works the same way. That pumper will go from there to cover the municipality. And people don't think because there isn't an ambulance sitting in Parham that they're not getting service. I'm not saying it couldn't take longer, but the service is still there. They're still covering just like they do on other things that happen. So to think that the level of service isn't there, I mean, they're doing the best they can with the time they have, obviously. And the service is there, it's just being distributed different. So I think that's important too. Everybody just thinks we're taking resources away or we don't have them. That's not true. But if you, to Jerry's point, if you made a conscious decision to move to RDOC, you should have thought of that when you were 60, because you know your services are going to be required more. So if you move to the middle of nowhere, you expect that there's going to be a delay. It's just the reality. If you're living in Kingston, you're going to get way different service than you are if you're going to live in Parham or wherever. And that's just the reality too. But people don't take that into factor. They just say, well, I moved there and now I want the service I got at Kingston. And it just doesn't work that way.
Through you, Madam Chair, just one added point. The seamless nature of Ontario paramedics is not free. We pay our neighbors to respond. And you'll see a line, and Gail will talk about cross-border billing. Because we have KGH in our community, a paramedic from Napanee or Belleville or whatever gets caught up in our system and we pay for that. So it's not just a service delivery issue, it's a cost issue. And at some point that paying somebody else to do your job costs more than doing the job yourself. So.
Gary and then Fred.
One comment. This is a baby boom generation issue, and it's going to get worse before it even starts, to get a little better. So we're faced with this, whether it's now or next year or the year after, and it just isn't going away.
Yes, Kelly, the OPP do the same sort of thing. It's closest call to the emergency. And I understand where you're coming from. It's not cheap. You have to make sure you cover all those costs. And I think it's comforting that we got something like that where it's in place, I think that's really comforting for us.
Okay. Well, just because there's been funding for the hospitals all the way along and that for having a nurse cover off the receiving area of the bay. And second to that, you made the point that, both the paramedics remain if they're tied up at the hospital. Should we find out why the hospital isn't utilizing, or are they unable to utilize the funding that's out there to have a nurse take over and cover that patient off and release the ambulance? And B, if they haven't got a warm body of a nurse to do that, can we leave one paramedic there and get the ambulance and the other paramedic back out and then restaff it and leave that one paramedic there? And you might end up with that paramedic looking after 2 or 3 people staying on their bays.
So those are some of the alternatives that we're discussing with Kingston General at the present time. They all have pros and cons to them, but we are looking into all of those as options. With the paramedics, it's partially it's a funding issue. Who's going to pay for that, and a liability issue with the hospital that we're working through. As who's responsible for the patient at that time? Is it the hospital or is it the paramedics? And who is responsible and who is liable if something happens to that patient? Well, there's just one person watching multiple patients. Is one of the issues.
Yeah. So just from a process perspective, and that this has been in place for over 5 years, that they've had funding for having an RN take over and that, and it just seems like there should be a resolution or a quicker timeline to get it resolved one way or the other.
So we do have an offload nurse at KGH who does do that. They take some of the lower acuity patients, but right now there are so many patients in Emerge that they're at their capacity as well. All right. So moving forward for our 2023 project proposal is for enhanced paramedic resources. So what we are looking to do is increase paramedic resources by 2 12-hour vehicles, which is 8 full-time paramedics in the city of Kingston, and as well determine Wolf Island staffing levels. So there's a number of, as Kelly indicated, there's a lot of data in here, and I just want to go over some definitions so that everybody knows what we're talking about. And you can refer back to them if we need to. So one of the metrics that we use is UHU, or unit hour utilization. And this is a measure of ambulance utilization. So it's a strictly a math question of the number of patient transports that we do times the average time on task for the paramedics to be with the patient, divided by the number of staffed ambulance hours. And so this gives us a number, and the target that we have wanted to achieve is 0.35 as our UHU. So with a target of 0.35, that means that 35% of the time the ambulance is being utilized on a call, and the remainder of the time they're not. So once you start looking at UHUs in the 50 and 60% like we're seeing in the city, that means that that ambulance isn't available to do another call or respond in the community. Another important thing about UHU is it only covers the time that the paramedics are actually on the call. So it doesn't cover times for restocking, doing paperwork, base duties, or traveling back and forth to base. And it also doesn't cover code 8s, because while the crew is on a code 8, they're away from their station and traveling, but they're still considered available for a call. So it's not captured in the UHU number.
And a code 8 is?
A code 8 is a standby. So that's when we bring the resources into an area that's not covered, when we bring the state people down from Robertsville to cover the stations in Kingston. So time on task that's used in that equation is measured from the time that the crew is notified that there's a call until the time that they clear their destination, which is usually the hospital, but could be a patient's home if, for example, they don't transport the patient. An offload delay is the time that the paramedics spend at the hospital waiting to transfer the patient. And the offload delay doesn't start until they've already been at the hospital for 30 minutes. So the offload delay is anything longer than 30 minutes. As well, we refer to our response time standard, and this is a metric that's set by council, and we have to report on annually to the Ministry of Health. And it outlines the time commitment we've made to arrive at patients for each acuity level. So for sudden cardiac arrest, the ministry sets the timeline as 6 minutes, and it's 6 minutes to get anybody with a defibrillator at the side of a sudden cardiac arrest. So that could be a paramedic, a firefighter, police, a bystander. So a lot of it we don't have direct control over. So the goal that we had set is 48% of the time we'll get someone to a sudden cardiac arrest in 6 minutes. The ministry also sets a timeline for CTAS-1, and CTAS-1 is the most acute patients, so with life-threatening conditions. And the time that we have is 8 minutes, and we've set the goal of arriving at the patient in 8 minutes, 70% of the time. And for the remaining CTAS levels, we set a goal of reaching them in 10 minutes, 75% of the time. So this is reported to the ministry every year.
Would it be too hard for us that don't know what those acronyms are to know a CTAS 3 means this serious or not serious or whatever? Or is that not relevant for budgeting? Then if you don't think it's relevant, we can do it another time. But I think it would be helpful to know some of those codes to say, well, okay, it's a broken arm, 10 minutes. That's not the end of the world, or what those mean.
So I'll be bringing our response time standard report to council in March, because it's when council has to set it. So we can go into it in depth at that time. The essentials is CTAS-1 is a critical patient, and it gets less acute as you go down the levels, but I can outline that for you at that time.
So this is all the ambulances from all the stations in Frontenac County.
And
So
overall,
all
an
the
overall
rural-
time.
All the rural stats get merged with what's happening in the city.
Correct.
Okay.
As well, a lot of the graphs show the station by station numbers, as that's the way that the ministry names them. So just for reference, 01 is our Palace Road station downtown. 02 is Woodbine Road in the West End. 03 is Highway 15, that's in the east at 15 and 401. 04 is Parham, 06 is Wolf Island, 07 is Sydenham, and 08 Robertsville. We don't have a Station 5 right now. So most of council has seen this graph before. This is the results of the ORH study. So the study was undertaken in 2019 to give us a 10-year human resource and facilities master plan. And they made short-term, medium-term, and long-term recommendations. And they defined medium-term as 2023 to 2026. So we are now in the first year of what ORH defined as a medium-term. And in the medium term, they made recommendations for additional resources as for a night car in the city, and as well as additional resources to Sydenham. So our recommendations at this time is to be adding both of those in the early part of the medium term, and then reevaluate based on the change in call volumes in the coming years. The same year the ORH study was done, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus did a study as well on call volumes across Eastern Ontario. And since those two studies were done, there's been a lot of significant changes. COVID brought about changes as well as other things. So one of the changes that we've seen is call volume increase above what they predicted, and very significant increased time on scene and our offload delays. So looking specifically at call volume increases, the ORH study had predicted approximately 3.8% annually, and Eastern Ontario Wardens was 4.5% annually. If we look at the actual data, between 2018 and 2022, we saw an average of 5% a year. So we had a little dip in 2020 early in COVID, a jump in 21, and a further increase in 2022. So it's averaging out at a 5% a year, which is a little bit higher than had been predicted. As I said, 87% of our calls are in the city of Kingston, but if you break down the remainder of the calls between the townships, you can see obviously the South Frontenac has the highest call volume, followed by Central, North Frontenac, and then Frontenac Islands. So our on-scene time has increased 18% since 2018. So this can be due to a lot of factors. You know, one is potentially the increased screening and PPE required by the paramedics on scene. But I think a big factor is the increased acuity of the patients that we're seeing. Since COVID, the patients are sicker, they require more interventions and more time with the paramedics to spend with them on scene before they're able to stabilize them and transport them. And then you add in the offload delays. As I said, we did really well in Kingston for a long time compared to the remainder of the province, but it started to creep up in 2021 and significantly in 2022. So between 2018 and 2022, we've seen a 725% increase in our offload delays at KGH. And this is indicative of the entire healthcare system stressors, as I mentioned before. So when you combine all of that, our time on task has increased by 22% over the last 5 years. So if you're looking at the numbers, it's about 15 minutes a call between comparing 2018 to 2022, or 5 minutes a call even between 2021 and 22, which may not seem like a lot, but when you all multiply that by 23,000 calls in a year, it's a significant amount of time now that the paramedics are tied up on task and not able to respond in the community. So this has had a number of impacts. It's increased our unit hour utilization significantly. It's delayed our response times and has caused us to need to redirect rural resources into Kingston to cover when there's no ambulances available. As I said before, our goal for UHU is 0.35. That's sort of a benchmark for services that are not for profit. It usually applies to the more urban center. So we've always reported it with our 3 city bases in Sydenham as the number that we've shown to council. This is actually the UHU for the entire organization combined. So for 2022, we were sitting at a UHU, including all of the stations, of 0.51, which is significantly above the 0.35. And if you break that down further by individual stations, you can see that in the city, they're sitting up in 0.662, 61 area. Even 07 base Sydenham is up above the 0.35 just with their own call volume. You will notice that Wolf Island isn't included on this chart. This chart was based on actual data, and given the challenges that we've had staffing Wolf Island on a consistent basis, it was hard to pull specific data. If we had staffed Wolf Island for 8 hours a day, the UHU for Wolf Island would have been 0.07 for 2022. This graph shows our response times. So with the increased UHU, the paramedics aren't being able to clear and respond to calls. So you can see in essentially every CTAS level, the response time is declining over the year since it's been being tracked. And then with that, the standbys where we bring the crews in to cover the city have increased. So you can see that Parham 04 and Robertsville 08 have seen a big jump in their standbys as they're coming into the city. And then once they come into the city and do a call, they end up on the offload delays at the hospital, and they're not getting back into their own communities in order to do ambulance calls there.
Jerry?
I understand the need to move the resources around and appreciate the issues that you are faced with. But when the ambulances leave the rural area and come in to support the metropolitan area, is there any feedback or information as to what happens when an ambulance is out of the rural area?
It's difficult to track. We have looked at that in the past. I haven't done a deep dive recently.
Jerry, I don't quite understand what your question is.
Okay, so you and I would be serviced by the ambulance station at Robertsville
Yes.
or at Parham. So if 1 or 2 of those ambulances is sitting in Kingston
Yes.
and you and I need help, that ambulance resource is not there. So the question is, if the ambulances are not there, have there been any situations where there should have been one and we have a loss of life or an injury or an illness has become more serious? So is there any impact from moving those in the rural area, for moving those ambulances into the city, even temporarily?
So certainly there is an impact with the seamless system.
Your mic is off, Gail.
With the seamless system, the closest ambulance would be sent. But for example, in Robertsville, if the crew is now down in Kingston, that closest ambulance may be coming from somewhere in Renfrew County. So it definitely causes an increase in the response time to reach patients in the rural communities when the resource is not there. I thought you were referring to, we have taken a look at when a crew gets brought down from Robertsville to Kingston, how many times does it end up doing a call in Kingston, or does it end up going back to Robertsville without ever having done a call? So we've looked at those statistics as well.
So, sorry. So just to make sure that I'm clear on this, I didn't know that was the way the ambulances worked, and I really appreciate what you've done to maximize the use of the available resources, both physical and human. I'm still a little concerned, like we have to sell this back home, or we have to explain this, because these topics will come up in our own councils and our own populace. Well, that ambulance is not there during the day. What do I do if I need help? Well, you're going to still call 911. Right. Oh, that's okay.
And I think the answer to your citizens is that the one at Robertsville has the Frontenac logo on it, but North Frontenac is serviced out of Northbrook, out of Parham, out of Denby, out of Renfrew County, out of Lanark, and out of Perth. So out of those 5, which may have different badges on, that is what services North Frontenac. If that makes sense. And Stone Mills, sorry.
Yes, my understanding is that a lot of times the ambulance is called out of a station. Another ambulance that might be from a further station may move closer to that area. That does happen.
Within Frontenac, right?
Right, we have control over that within Frontenac. So, for example, if we have to bring Sydenham down into the city, we'll often move Robertsville down to Parham. So it's more central to be able to cover the bigger area and be closer to either. We don't have any control over where the other municipalities move their vehicles when we move ours.
If that system gets in place, would that be something that could happen in the future where we're sharing services between different counties?
That's not currently how the ministry has set up the system.
Judy?
While it's not an issue for Howe Island that has 2 ferries and good ambulance service, it comes very quickly. The numbers that are reflecting for Wolf Island, I can honestly say, are skewed at this point in time because the response times have been so slow that many people load the person into their car, take them to the hospital, and they can arrive, not in ideal circumstance, but in a faster method than what's going on. And that's just the reality. So the numbers that come out of Wolf Island at this point in time are truly skewed. And that because if you have a child with a broken arm, you're not waiting for an ambulance. You're loading them in your car, you're getting them off the island. Same with a bee sting or anything else. You're getting them to acute care as quick as you can. Exactly.
Well, I was going to say those numbers are the same as the north. So it's a choice of location, but the numbers are the same, whether you're getting to the island or whether you're getting to North Frontenac, the numbers are the same. Now, on Jerry's point though, if there's not one available from the Frontenac paramedic services though, or do we ever get called to a neighboring municipality? We will too if we're available.
Right, so with the seamless system, the closest ambulance, no matter which municipality it belongs to, goes to the call. So we do frequently calls in Lennox and Addington, Leeds and Grenville, and they do calls in our area as well.
Thank you, Chief. That's a lot of data. Is there any opportunity to reassign resources, people and equipment, based on historical call volumes? So for example, I know folks in the police force, it's Friday night's their thing, Saturday night's their thing because of bars and anything else. Do we have the same situation with ambulance calls where there's higher volumes or predictable volumes? And is there an opportunity to allocate resources accordingly?
So we do take a look at all those statistics. We look at call volume by hour of the day, day of the week, month of the year. We certainly see a peak in ambulance calls between about 7 o'clock in the morning and 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and then it levels off for a couple hours and spikes up again. It seems to be pretty level across the days of the week, with a little bit of a spike on Friday and Saturday nights when the bars let out, and obviously there's peaks during things like St. Patrick's Day, homecoming, and things like that. Across the months of the year, it's really quite stable, and we figure that's most likely because in the winter months we have the Queen students, and then when they go home we have the tourists. So the numbers stay about the same for ambulance calls over month to month.
Sorry, so there is not an opportunity to reassign or reschedule or reallocate resources based on those predictable times.
So they're essentially all the spikes are in the city, which is where we have the majority of our vehicles anyways. And then when we're looking at special events like Queen's Homecoming, we bring extra resources in to cover the peak times on those.
Okay, Judy?
Is there any offset for 401 calls? In other words, the big multi-vehicle accidents that occur out there, they occur on a provincial highway. Is there any offset that we get from the province to help cover off that area? Because they aren't really residents usually.
No, it's like I said, a seamless system. They send the ambulances. The cost is the same regardless.
In the ORH study, just back to Councillor Saunders' question, they did look at the timing, and as a result, the chief did some off starting of the.
Yeah, we did
the
stagger
wrong
our
wording.
start times, although that was based in part trying to capture the peaks and allow for the same crews to not be trying to get off of shift or have lunch at the same time, so that there was more availability. So we implemented that in the first stage of the ORH study recommendations in the past 3 years.
Okay, let's continue.
So when we look at our long-range staff plan, it included a 12-hour vehicle being added into the city of Kingston for 2023. That was already built into the operational levy. But now with all of the changes that I've outlined, we're looking for an additional resource to meet our targets and to assist with keeping the vehicles, the rural vehicles in the rural areas. We need to increase the number of vehicles that are in the city to handle the call volumes. So we're looking at, where we put our vehicles, the need to add more, and where to add them. So we considered a number of options, and the three that I'm going to present to you now for discussion. The first option is to add 2 12-hour ambulance resources in the city of Kingston, looking at phasing them in April and October, so to help spread out the financial impact. And that would be without changing the current staffing pattern for Wolf Island. So it's planned to be staffed 8 hours of paid time, 16 hours of standby. Having said that, we have had challenges staffing it, and it has remained unstaffed a lot of 2022. The second option would be to add 2 12-hour resources in the city of Kingston and change Wolf Island to 12 hours of coverage with no standby. So the advantage of that would be, one of the challenges of staffing Wolf Island is we need to ensure equalizing of paramedic hours. So when you have an 8-hour shift on the island and a 12-hour shift in the city, we end up moving the resources into the city, as well as the fact that the call volume is much higher in the city. So standby is also a big challenge, because now you're requiring a paramedic to be away from home for 24 hours in order to provide the service that they're paid for 8 hours. So if one option is to add 4 hours to Wolf Island and have it cover 12 hours a day. And the third option is to add 1 new resource in the city of Kingston, and then to move that 8 hours from Wolf Island into the city and add 4 hours, which would create a second 12-hour resource in the city, but would not have Wolf Island have ambulance coverage. So there's legal legislative requirements that we look at as well. Under the Ambulance Act, the municipality is responsible for ensuring the proper provision of land ambulance services in the municipality in accordance with the needs of that municipality. The land ambulance certification standards, every 3 years, we have a ministry review, which we had in 2022, and they did make note of our declining response times and our not being able to staff our vehicles as planned, and the response time standard, which we report every year to the ministry. Making sure that we have enough resources to do the calls that we have, falls in line with improving customer service, maintaining a strong organization, and providing the high patient quality of care that Frontenac has been committed to. So when we look at these 3 options, I've got the numbers on the screen. I think that the third one must have some more. Well, there's a column missing, but I can. So the first option was the 2 vehicles in Kingston and not changing anything on Wolf Island, which comes with the cost as outlined there. The second one is a little more expensive because it's the 2 vehicles in Kingston plus increasing the number of hours of coverage on Wolf Island. And then the third option was a little less expensive because you're adding 1 entirely new resource and reallocating the hours from Wolf Island into the city of Kingston. So it's a little bit less expensive.
Judy?
Just for transparency in that, when you talk about the staffing on Wolf Island, has it been more than 22 days in the past year that we've actually had staff on Wolf Island?
No, we had staff there approximately 6 days in 2022, and we have not staffed it in 2023.
Right, so that's the reality that we're dealing with. And Wolf Island, we don't have an ambulance bay on Howe Island, so basically Frontenac Island's option number 3, Frontenac Islands would have no ambulance availability at all.
So the ambulance would respond from the city of Kingston.
I was doing my gazintas.
I think it was probably 8 years ago when this was implemented, or maybe it was 4 years. I don't know which term. At that time, the paramedic chief of the day said we should not implement this, the island, because the response time wasn't going to be any different than it was from the city, no matter if we had a standby on there or not. And when you mentioned that if I had a broken arm, I'm going to wait. Well, if I had a broken arm, I wouldn't be waiting. I would just take the boat. Yes, when it's serious, it's always serious. Doesn't matter if it's in North Frontenac, doesn't matter if it's in Sydenham, doesn't matter where it is. If it's serious, it's serious. If it's not, you're going to do what you can to get to where you need to be. So this was not recommended the time it was implemented. So I think if we're going to actually reallocate resources where they're going to be anyway, if we were only on the islands, that vehicle manned for 6 times in a whole year, why wouldn't we reallocate the resources where they are going to be more effective? And the reality is they still have to come from Kingston no matter what happens. And that hopefully, if this new ferry shows up within, it's supposed to be May, whatever it is, that actually would be of more value than having a paramedic on the island, as far as I'm concerned, according to what they're saying this new ferry will do. So I think the resources are more appropriate to have sitting in Kingston than it would be anywhere else. That's my opinion. Now, I'm sure somebody that lives on the island say that makes a difference, but if they were only there 6 times last year, what difference could it make?
Okay, Judy.
That is part of the complaint from Wolf Island, that because historically speaking, of course, we did have a volunteer service that covered us, and that's water under the bridge. Excuse me. Then we were also provided with an ambulance that had 2 people and then down to 1 person. And this is a model that's being utilized now or being proposed for over in Loyalist, I understand as well. This is where you look at it. Can we have an evolution of the model? That if you have it staffed with 1 person, that the holdup of having a second ambulance come from the mainland that actually doubles the time of response, not make it the same. Have it change that one of our well-qualified licensed drivers of the EMS and firefighters be able to drive that ambulance, so that 1 paramedic that may be the primary care paramedic PCP can stay with the patient and get them off the island in as soon as possible. And that, because the status quo in that for the 6 days, that was not by Wolf Island's choice at all. And it has resulted in a very inferior service to the islanders that are paying a proportion of our money up to the county, and that to have a poorer service than we ever had. Can we think outside the box and get a better service in place? Because it's not only the 1,400 people who live there year round, it's the 4,000 that are there in the summertime. And we are the 2nd highest in age in this Frontenac County, and that. So we have a lot of frail people, and there is a long delay. So can we think a little bit harder in getting some service back to Wolf Island?
Jerry.
Is there any opportunity to put, I talked earlier about when I had my issue, there was kind of like a roving paramedic in an SUV. So there was a fully trained paramedic walked in the door. But I already had firemen there anyway. But still, that was the first response that Lanark had in place. is there any opportunity to, like in the summer months, middle of June to Labor Day, to put something like that on the island? Or to put well, I hate to see an ambulance sitting there, like, we get service 12 hours a day. And the rest of the time that ambulance is out of there and there's been minimal need and, I've yet to hear of anybody who's really had an issue with the ambulance not coming at 12 o'clock at night. And the paramedics do a great job. And if you're really, really, really bad, they're going to bring in Orange anyway for you. So, is there some way we can think along those lines for a minimal cost? You could probably use your same staff, and you would just put one person, buy them an SUV, whatever it is, and slap a logo on the side. And I don't know, maybe I'm being too simplistic.
Let's let Gail answer that.
Thank you, Dave. You do still have to wait for a transporting ambulance to come. So if you had a first response vehicle on the island, that would get a paramedic to the side of the patient more quickly, but you're still waiting for a transport vehicle. And now you've got 3 paramedics tied up, as opposed to just 2.
Judy?
That's where I'm saying that there needs to be a review of the model, and it may require an amendment at the provincial level to allow for rural municipalities to have the ability to transfer that patient ASAP. And that on Howe Island, for example, there is an emergency vehicle that is basically a refurbished ambulance. They can do everything but technically transfer the ambulance and that the patient. And that's something that as a township, we could easily look at have on Wolf Island, but there's no point in having it if we can't drive the thing to the boat. And that's what it boils down to. And so with that, it needs an amendment into the Land Transfer Act to try to get the reality of getting people to acute care, because you have a narrow window, especially whether it's a cardiac event, MI, or a stroke, and the 2-hour response time is just insufficient. That it doesn't fit any standard, and it certainly isn't a reasonable thing in 2023. So I really think that we need to have another model. And I know that there was another model at least proposed by an emergency physician of international training, and that has worked around not only the country, but also the world, and basically made proposals, and that seem to be falling on deaf ears. We've got to find a model that works for rural Ontario. This one currently doesn't work for those in isolated areas, especially when we have EMS and highly trained firefighters that could move these patients, at least meet up with the ambulance, and that they could be met at the Kingston dock or whatever, but just stay in 2 hours is just not working.
Just a comment that can't be happening today because there's lots to be done. So let's deal with today's issues. Ron, you have a comment.
Well, today's issues are that you're looking at 3 options. So they are going to have an impact on the budget. Now, in saying that, and I listened to the mayor from the island, but the response time is the same as the north. So even though the north has an ambulance base, and you can say, well, that makes a big difference. The reality is it doesn't, because the services are called where they're needed. So if it's more cost effective and more effective staff wise and financially wise to have them located in the city of Kingston than sitting on Wolf Island, the service is going to be the same. Why wouldn't we shift that resource? Other than you could say, oh, we have nobody here now. It's just a mental thing, because if you're going by statistics, it's actually more effective if they're not there. You're using up resources 6 times a year that didn't make sense. So I don't know, the argument is the same. The farther you go north, the farther you want to go, everybody gets sucked this way or that way. It doesn't matter. If you look at response times, if you look at everything in cost effectiveness, the times are the same. Jerry's waiting 2 hours depending where he is. No different than anywhere else. So I'm trying to look at it from where there's 3 options, and the option that makes the most sense, cost effectively staff, everything else is being located in the city where most of the resources go anyway. then why wouldn't we be looking at that?
Red.
I might break the bank here, but problem is, North Frontenac and on the islands is that you got to get to the hospital quick, and depending on the condition of the patients, this is where air ambulance can be effective. I know it's very costly to have these helicopters being able to transport people, but we do have our helipads up north. We do have, you have one on the island. And if a patient is really, really critical, that's when you need to use them and have them available. Like you say, if somebody's got a broken arm or broken leg or something like that, that's not that critical for them to get to the hospital, then you'd go by boat or by road with us. But that's the only really answer, because I'm sitting here visualizing what Judy is saying, and is trying to get across that little strip of water. And from us, from our little wilderness area up our way. So that's the only thing that you can add to, that's all I could add to that. It's just a possibility. Utilize them. I really haven't heard of the air ambulance spaces being used up in North Frontenac. I can't recall when one has happened. I'm not saying it hasn't. Last year.
See them quite often. Let's ask Gail, how does it work with the Orange
Right,
ambulance?
so
Do you
there,
call them or how? does
yeah,
that
there's
work?
protocols for when you can call Orange. There's both like physical criteria for your patient and time considerations. So when it's deemed that Orange is a possibility, we make a request to Orange. They're a completely different entity. They make a decision at that time as to whether they have a helicopter or plane available to respond. And then they also have to take into consideration weather and things like that. So they can't fly in poor weather. Depending on some helipads, you can land at night, others you can't. So there is a protocol in place where they are often requested. It's just a matter of whether they can respond or not. That is out of our control.
Just in my past life, when I was a police officer, we did have within the city of Toronto, Orange at 10, a car accident when the patient was critical. So they can be all over the place, and they can get there quickly and get people out to help they need quickly. That's the benefit they have.
Bill and then Judy.
So Chief, to get Orange or ambulance involved, you have to be on scene. Your team has to be on scene and make that call and call them in. So it doesn't necessarily improve the response time.
In the majority of the cases, yes, the crew has to be on scene and make that determination. There are some isolated events where dispatch can make the decision based on how long it's going to take the paramedics to get there and the magnitude of the emergency, that they may initiate that call initially, but usually the paramedics have to arrive.
Okay, Judy.
We had an experience not long ago in that with a patient that was coming to CVA, and the boat was down. The weather was poor. Ambulance couldn't make it from Kingston. Orange Air was dispatched supposedly from Ottawa. However, after they looked outside, they realized they couldn't fly in this weather either. The firefighters managed to get the patient to the dock, get the crew that worked at the dock to lower the patient onto a barge, get the Coast Guard over to get the patient then lifted up and onto the Coast Guard, sailed over to Portsmouth Harbor where it was met by the ambulance. That's the sort of reality that we deal with. But if we're talking about Orange Ambulance, the fact that they're stationed in Ottawa and I believe Trenton are the two closest and they're 45 minutes to an hour away, is there any way we can make a request to the province? Would it be practical to have it stationed on Wolf Island to service this area?
Stars and hope to something comes, but
Are they funded directly by the province, Orange? I believe
Yes.
that's a contract. So it wouldn't cost us anything if we make a request and say, maybe there should be a station down here, because we do have the 401. We do have a significant tourist population along the way. And Ottawa often has very poor weather, especially in the wintertime, where we may not. So maybe we should be a third station in that triad.
Try that. Ron,
And I know I've had this conversation with the mayor before, and I said, if the province wants to change that law where fire can transport, I don't have a problem with it. However, to the deputy warden's comment about if you think your fire budget in your own municipality is bad now, you start paying fire people to become paramedics and all of the rest, and all of that's going to be involved with unionized paramedics. It better be provincially mandated, or you couldn't afford to go down that road.
and the liability. Jerry,
So this really is a business decision. It can't be an emotional decision. So practically, we want to buy option one, 2 new ambulances. Delivery is what, 2 years, year and a half?
So this would be accomplished with vehicles that we already have. So what we're talking about really is staffing. So we're going to staff 2 12-hour vehicles in the city
With 8 new staff.
with 8 new
How
staff.
quick can you get the 8 staff?
We could have them tomorrow because we draw them from our part-time staff and backfill the part-time. That will still create challenges, but the proposal was to have one of these vehicles start in April and one it start in October.
Okay, so 2024, are we going to see the same request? Is there some, did I miss that there was going to be another request for a similar increase in service next year? Because my thought is start this one, start one now and start the other one in January of 2024 and move the second cost into next year and then level it off. It's just a thought.
So it's a bit of an Alex question here, but we're probably going to be back to you in 2024. But to the warden's point, we want to see what this year looks like. You know, this is probably as close to normal as we're going to get. So we want to see what this year looks like. The statistics, when you apply the 2 resources, still does not get us to a UHU that is anywhere near what the industry standard of 0.35 is. So there's going to have to be some give either on the time on task or the number of calls to get us close to that without adding another resource. With respect to the Wolf Island issue, 2 points. A team of paramedics, we'll leave the first response unit off the table for a second because it's a different issue. 2 paramedics on Wolf Island their UHU is 0.07, as the chief said. 2 paramedics in the city of Kingston are 0.55. The city paramedics are 8 times busier than the paramedics on the island. In a seamless system, the first relief valve is going to be the island because they are the closest resource. It depends. It may be Sydenham, it may be the island, depending on how it goes. So to say they would even be on the island if we don't add the resources in the city is giving false hope to islanders, because they may start out there, but they're going to end up in the city because they are the closest resource. If that makes sense.
So if we add the 2 ambulances in the city, odds are that the coverage in the rural areas is going to improve because they're going to be drawn less into the city. Thank you.
Technically, same for the island. It affects us all the same. I mean, it doesn't matter where they're sitting, right? I mean, it affects us all the same.
So technically, we'd be paying less in cross-border billing because Leeds and Grenville won't be here as much and Lennox and Addington won't be here as much. So there's that part to it. I'll turn it over to Alex because it goes back to his point about the ministry pays based upon the budget, not based upon the actual. So we're actually trying, by having April and October, that puts 1 full year on the budget. If we move it to next year, it just spreads the pain, and I'm probably not explaining that well.
No, I have nothing to add. Yeah, but basically that's the intent. It's to kind of you're essentially funding 12 months of crew in the first year, 12 months of crew in the second year is how the April and October washes out. So that way you're at least getting partially funded for your addition that you wouldn't be if you had it in January in 2024.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Can you, with options 1, 2, and 3, can you tell me what it looks like on Wolf Island?
So option 1, where we keep the status quo staffing pattern on Wolf Island, will be similar to last year, where we're not able to staff Wolf Island for a number of reasons. The standby being a challenge, the 8-hour shift being a challenge, and the difficulty with the resources. Option 2, with the 12-hour crew on Wolf Island, now that shift becomes equivalent with all of the shifts in Kingston. So when we're trying to fill shifts and fulfill our obligations under the collective agreement to evenly distribute the shifts, as long as we have the paramedic resources, we would have a much easier time filling that shift on Wolf Island. Option 3, obviously, is Wolf Island won't have a crew there, guaranteed. So the crews will be responding from the city of Kingston. Hopefully with the 2 ferries, the response time will improve. So that's sort of how the 3.
So if I could, so option 2, based on your experience and your knowledge of what's gone on the last year or so, how many times or what number of hours would those crews on Wolf actually be there, given the resource limitations and stuff you've mentioned?
Well, the hope would be that they would be there 365 days a year for 12 hours a day. So
That's hoping, right?
and it, you know, we've had, if we look at historically 2022, you know, the first resource that we didn't staff was Wolf Island. And if we were down-staffed crews, we tended to down-staff them in the city in order to preserve, you know, the north. You know, if you downstaff Robertsville, then you have a really large coverage area with no paramedics. So, you know, following a similar pattern, we could take that approach and say, you know, we'll downstaff the city before we downstaff Wolf Island. Having said that, as soon as the calls start, the crew is going to get pulled over into the city.
Did you not in fact have a
Right. So with the current staffing pattern, it's really, really difficult to staff for the 2 reasons. The 8 hours, when you can pick up a 12-hour shift in the city, and we have an obligation under the collective agreement to equally distribute hours. So you can't leave someone over there for 8 hours when you have a 12-hour shift available. The standby, as I mentioned, keeps people away from home for 24 hours. So if you have families, pets, etc., you need to commit to being gone for 24 hours, during which you were only being paid for 8 and getting $2 an hour for the other 16, which is a big ask of a highly trained professional. So it's just they combine to just make staffing Wolf Island incredibly difficult.
So, and I know, to Jerry's point about emotionally, is the service going to be any less effective by going to option 1 for the Islanders?
So when you look strictly at the numbers, the call volume on Wolf Island is less than the call volume in North Frontenac. And North Frontenac has a 12-hour resource. So, you know, you need to staff where your calls are going to be, and that is in the city. And given the response times on the island from the city are not different than the response times into the north from Robertsville Station, it makes operational sense to have those resources in the city.
Okay. Anyone else? Jerry?
Just a final comment based on what you've already told us, Gail, you know, and what I personally seen at the Robertsville Station, we don't have, it's staffed 12 hours a day, but we don't have an ambulance there 12 hours a day because they're busy elsewhere. And, that's to be commended. You're using the resources that you've got as you need them. So, it's just the way it is.
Okay, is that it for the proposals?
That's all I had to present.
Okay. I just asked Kelly. At the end of all this, we'll be again voting on the different options, okay? Right now, we're going to have a lunch break and we're only a little bit late. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order, and our next item is Fairmont Home. Susan, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Warden and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to review Fairmont Homes business plan. And we tried it and it was working and now it's not. Isn't that the way it goes? Are you okay to advance them for me or? Okay, thank you. Okay, so just a quick overview, and I know most of you did receive this overview at the orientation, but Fairmont Home is a 128-bed long-term care home. And since 2017, the home has been tracking the last known address of its residents. And currently we have approximately 7% of the population that was serviced from the county of Frontenac County and about 78% from the city of Kingston, with the remaining coming from other areas. Obviously, the home is a 24-hour operation and it's governed by the Fixing Long-Term Care Homes Act with approximately 220 staff and 20 active volunteers, with county council as the board of director and licensee under the act. So let's look at the legislation that's applicable to long-term care. So the Fixing Long-Term Care Act, which was enforced in April of 2022, actually, they say 2021 in the act. Fairmont is required to be established as a municipal home. So under the act, under section 122, every single tier or upper tier municipality is required to maintain a municipal home. And under the act as well, under section 133, the act says that county council is the licensee and board of management of the home. The associated regulation, which is 24622 under section 256, mandates that every licensee of a long-term care home must ensure screening measures are conducted before permitting any person to be a member of the licensee's board. The screening measures include criminal record checks, completion of mandatory declarations, which are in relation to charges, convictions, and orders related to offenses. Also under the act, the focus is on the quality of care, which primarily when the act was implemented was improving staffing and resident care, protecting residents through improved accountability, enforcement, and transparency, and building modern and safe homes for residents. The act also provides a greater emphasis on accounting and accountability, enforcement, and transparency. Sorry, I did say that already. Greater emphasis on continuous quality improvement is another focus, infection prevention and control programs, and emergency planning, as you saw at the last council meeting when you reviewed the new emergency plan for Fairmont Home. And on February 3rd, just recently, the Ministry of Long-Term Care released phase 2 of the regulation, and the focus of that phase 2, which is planned to come in force on April 11th of this year. The focus is again on staffing, the qualifications for specific roles, updates to medication management, and air conditioning requirements in the home. Additional legislation that's applicable to the home, the Connecting Care Act is a commitment that all health service partners are required to work together to achieve evolving provincial priorities under Ontario Health Teams. Ontario Health has the power to fund health service partners and to integrate health care service deliveries and systems. Bill 7, which is an amendment to the Fixing Long-Term Care Act, also added a new provision which allows for patients who are assigned as alternate care in public hospitals to be assigned to a long-term care home by a placement coordinator as long as it's within an established distance of the patient's home. They're authorized to permit that admittance to the home without the patient's consent and to require the licensee to admit the patient to the home once those certain conditions are met. This can present challenges for long-term care homes, particularly from a staffing perspective, because often alternate level of care patients require extensive treatments and specialized care from the staff. Other legislation.
Sorry, just a question on that. Does the person coming from the hospital supersede your waiting list?
Correct. They will, yes, they will determine, the placement coordinator will determine who's the priority. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Other legislation that's applicable to long-term care as it is to others would be your Occupational Health and Safety Act, Workplace Safety and Insurance Act, and Employment Standards Act. So let's talk about long-term care demand. If you look at the following chart, which comes from the Ontario Long-Term Care Association's dashboard, it highlights the future demand for long-term care, both locally and provincially. For example, in the Southeast region, you'll see that the population of citizens over the age of 80 by 2040 will increase by 143%. And provincially, citizens over the age of 80 will increase by 167% in that same time frame. So let's have a look at the provincial wait list. So you'll see in this chart, there's 37,612 people in the province who are awaiting long-term care with an average wait time of 152 days before they are placed into long-term care. And if you look at the breakdown to the right there, you will notice that 72% of the people that are on that wait list are on the wait list because of their high care needs. Alternatively, if you look at Southeast Ontario for the same timeframe, which is 2020, there was 1,632 patients awaiting long-term care with an average wait time of 202 days to be placed into long-term care. And approximately 86% of those were waiting due to high care needs of the patient. So when you compare the provincial wait list to the Southeast, if you're in Southeastern Ontario, wait an additional 50 days to get into long-term care. Again, looking at long-term care, this chart quickly just shows you that in our region, it lists the homes versus the provincial average. You will see that the long-term care wait time in the Kingston area is significantly higher than it is in the province, which is on the left and the lowest bars. So let's focus on this chart. What I'd like you to notice, for example, is the top line in black. The top line in black is the home level CMI, and that's based on the acuity of the residents that the home is servicing. So you can see that the acuity is gradually increasing. And if you look at the green line at the bottom, that's the re-indexing factor. And I think Alex gave you a brief explanation of that. So they look at the data coming from the home and the complexity of the needs of the residents in the home. And then they further index that by a provincial factor, which gives you your funded CMI, which is what the home receives, which is the blue line in the middle. And I just want you to notice the widening gap. So what you're seeing is the care level needs are going up, but not at the same rate as the funding is increasing. So business plan changes. We continue to work towards the 4 hours of care. And in 2022, 6.4 full-time equivalent PSW positions were added. In 2023 to 2025, we will continue to assess the needs of the home. Our current recommendation that's built into the budget for 2023 would be some amendments to PSW schedules. We are also adding an RPN, two full-time equivalent RPNs and 1.1 RN positions. And similar to most healthcare organizations, we are experiencing difficulties with health human resources. So we're relying on temporary agencies. And unfortunately, in long-term care, unlike hospitals, we can't just close the doors when there's staffing issues. The patients or residents are in the home. And the funding, and Alex alluded to this earlier, user fees that the homes receive, those are strictly dictated by the ministry, and they provide announcements annually. So the hours of care, this chart, and thank you so much to County Council who supported Fairmount Home in achieving or working towards the achievement of the 4 hours of care prior to the province acknowledging the importance of the 4 hours of care. So we've been working towards that since 2016. So we are actually ahead of many homes in the province because we were supported to do that. So we will continue to do that. And overall, our plan, as I said earlier, is to evaluate the staffing levels in the home versus the care needs of the residents and then develop plans for how we can use that annual funding to support the residents. So the homes redevelopment. I did hand out the redevelopment study at our council orientation session, but I just wanted to touch on the study was conducted by GE Architects and provided to County Council to identify a preferred option for redevelopment for the home. And in 2023, staff will be coming back to County Council to seek further direction in the future of Fairmount Home and what that redevelopment looks like. So accomplishments for 2020. There was upgrades to all fire alarm end devices, replacement of the home's HVAC system with the addition of a $1.2 million grant that the home received. As David Millard pointed out, there was also the replacement of the nurse call bell system. And point click care was also implemented with the assistance of the Director of Care, Emily, in March 2022 to replace the home's electronic health record system. Additional achievements, I'm focused on COVID achievements because the home received extensive guidance documents throughout the pandemic that required review, implementation, and communication to many folks, including staff, residents, families, and visitors, often on very short notice. The home's emergency plan was updated. Continuous improvement was also touched on, and that was achieved through medication room reviews that standardized the medication rooms, kitchen workflow redesign to reduce staff time during food preparation, and in addition, the redevelopment study that was conducted by G Architects. So challenges and mitigations that I'd like to focus on or point your attention to is long-term care, as I mentioned earlier, must keep abreast of what Ontario health teams are doing and participate as appropriate in any decisions that are being made at the table of Ontario health teams. The home must also maintain a balance between resident care and documentation to meet not only the legislative requirements for the province, but also ensure that the charting reflects the actual care needs of the home's residents because it impacts the home's funding. In collaboration with Human Resources, the home continues to monitor staff schedules. We've recently made amendments to PSW and RN schedules, and we are now looking at RPN schedules to assist with the human health resource crisis and to implement initiatives that might promote staff recruitment and retention at the home. Facility, I just wanted to focus on the septic and water systems. We do have periodic condition assessments of the home's assets, but we must continue to monitor the environmental services and ensure they remain a high priority. Provincial regulations on things such as septic systems and water systems can frequently change, and we need to make sure that there's adequate operational funds to ensure that we can meet those requirements. Provincial funding, particularly for nursing and personal care, that has been mentioned a couple times today, that's adjusted based on the resident care needs. I know Alex had mentioned the data is historical, so it's age. Typically, your funding is based on data from 2 years ago, and with the resident needs changing quite frequently, the funding is 2 years behind based on what the care of the current residents' needs are. And with respect to the pandemic management, we'll continue to assess risks, comply with provincial directives, monitor our PPE inventory, and implement IPAC best practices to safeguard the residents and staff. From a caution standpoint, I just wanted to focus on the specialized services such as bariatric long-term care. We are seeing more admissions being presented to the home, and bariatric residents require new equipment and staff training. Advisements would include, again, specialized services just due to what we're seeing from expectations from Ontario Health, residents and families, and these specialized services are not currently funded through the ministry. And finally, just a regular monitoring of the home's accounts receivable in collaboration with the finance department for any unpaid resident fees and to initiate legal action as required. And lastly, we have a project proposal with which Heather Fries, our food service manager, will present. And it's just to talk about dietary support. So I'll bring Heather up.
A question from Ron first. before
Oh, no,
you-
I don't have a question. I have a comment. The very first slide you put up there is the same. We always worry about the part that the city has to pay. And there's a perfect example. It's just like paramedics and everything else. 78% of our residents of our home, and I can remember the residents in South Frontenac saying, we want to get there because it's our home. No, it's not. 78% are not from our home, right? So it just shows you that, yes, there's a billing thing. Yes, there's all of this here. And yes, they may not have agreed with it when we were doing paramedics and Fairmont Home, all of that there. But you can see where the people are coming from, right? It's just a reality.
So,
Yeah.
Here's your mic, Judy.
What that doesn't reflect is how many of our patients might be at Providence Manor, Rideau Crest, other places, but it's true, it's down to 7% is all that it is come from the county.
but it's very similar to paramedics in that it's a seamless system. The province doesn't care who owns the home. So a lot of our residents, maybe at the Parrot Center, maybe at Providence Manor, maybe at Lanark Lodge, it's a seamless system. So each county maintaining one provides access for.
Even with, you said, everything that's built on Princess Street is a senior's home.
That would be including my house.
Okay, any,
Can you tell me what the number of patients that are waiting on your list right now? I don't know whether I missed that up there or not.
No, it wasn't in my presentation, but it is in the formal business plan that's also on the same website that would have been sent to you. I think the last time I checked, we were approximately 530 waiting on our wait list.
Wow.
530.
And that could stay there as people are shifted from the hospital anytime there's an open bed.
Correct.
So do you notify them when there's an open bed and then they slot people in?
Yes, they're aware, and then the placement coordinators contact our assistant director of care for resident services with the next resident who's on the list to be admitted, and then the review.
I guess we should all get our names in quick. Judy?
It reminds me of a few years ago when the patient dumping at the emergency department occurred because hospital admissions were given top priority for long-term care placement, and it backed up everything and it was done away with. So we've actually gone backwards at a provincial level to suddenly have it as a new way to get your person into long-term care, is bring them to emerge and leave them. And literally that is what used to occur. It's very unfortunate.
Okay, all right, let's go to the next presenter. Okay. Welcome, Heather. Just make sure that your microphone's on there. Okay.
Great. Well, thank you for having me. I'm Heather. I'm the food service manager with Sodexo at Fairmount Home. And I'm here to present my budget project proposal in adding some additional dietary hours. Just get to my presentation. And that's okay. Just had to find it. So the project description, I am proposing that we increase the service level in the dietary with the introduction of an additional dietary aid shift of 5 hours per day. Here's some background information. So dietary staff are responsible for food preparation, including salads, snacks, and supplements, distributing and serving meals, managing surgery inventories and supplies, daily cleaning, sanitizing of the dining rooms, dishes, and utensils and equipment. We also have cooks that are responsible for cooking and preparation of food, including texture modifications and specialized diets, cleaning and dishes, food product ordering and receiving, and they also serve dinner on one of the home areas. And they perform scheduling before and after hours and on weekends when schedulers are not present. So according to the legislative requirements of the Fixing Long-Term Care Homes Act, we require at least one cook who works at least 35 hours per week. And our food service worker minimums based on 128 residents is 403 hours per week. Our current department complement, we have 7 dietary hours, 7 dietary shifts per day. On the first floor, we have 19 hours, and on the second floor, we have 25 hours. We also have 2 cooks per day, full shift cooks, including the cook hours apart from the separate, 35 hours a week for the cook minimums. Our hours add up to 378 hours. So currently, we're not meeting the legislative requirements. We have insufficient time for ensuring pleasurable dining for our residents. Dietary are rushing to get meals served and get on to the next task. And there's an increased stress and burnout of dietary staff. We also want to ensure that we have the right people doing the right jobs, which is not happening. We have cooks serving dinner on one of the units and helping with dishes for an hour. Council has 3 priorities that apply to this project proposal, including having respect for the taxpayer and continuing to ensure efficiency of the dietary department operation, continually improving customer, resident, and financial services, and maintaining a strong organization and positive work culture. and having sufficient resources for the workload. So these are the options that have been evaluated. So increasing the dietary aid by 5 hours a day, which is 0.94 FTEs, or leaving it status quo with no increase, which doesn't meet legislative requirements. So this is the proposed department complement in adding a 5-hour shift to the first floor, creating a bit more equality between the two floors. Maintaining the 2 cooks, and this increases our food service worker hours to 413 hours per week, whereas the minimum is 403 hours. In April 2022, it was also announced that there was a 15% increase in the long-term care nutritional allowance from $9.54 to around $11. This helps with the increased food costs that we're all experiencing and provides menu planning flexibility, increased fresh produce and local seasonal foods for residents. And one of the outcomes for the home is that it increases the food preparation requirements. Increasing fresh products and seasonal foods increases the food prep for both cooks and dietary. And instead of the cooks serving dinner on one of the floors and doing dishes, they would have an additional hour to dedicate to food prep. So the financial evaluation, to add the 5 hours per day in dietary would be approximately $75,000, and the municipal levy would be 32%, around $24,000. And this was calculated based on 2 new dietary roles, including a PT8 and a PT6. So in summary, we're requesting an additional 5-hour shift for the dietary aides on the first floor.
Hey, any questions or comments for Heather? Very important. We've got people to cook. Yes, go ahead, Bill.
You mentioned the provincial standard is, I forgot the number, but we're currently under that.
Yes.
If we don't match or do something to get to that standard or exceed it, what's the penalty?
I'm not sure the exact penalty, but they probably just request that we probably get in trouble, and
So you don't get a slap
increase
on the
the
wrist, there's no
hours.
fine, there's no.
I'm sure there is a fine. I don't.
Susan
exactly.
could answer that for us. A letter with big bold letters, right?
We could undergo a Ministry of Long-Term Care inspection, and if they determined we weren't meeting the legislation, they could, issue an order that we must do it. Typically, I wouldn't assume they'd assess a penalty as long as we voluntarily met that requirement, but we are not currently.
Ron, go ahead.
So everybody knows what the budget climate is. What happens if we don't do it? And I know you can say we're not meeting our guidelines. Well, we're not meeting our guidelines every day. Because if they say it's 4 hours of care and you can't get there yet, but you're working toward it, no different than everything in the rural sector, public works, doesn't matter what it is, right? Is there, I mean, every proposal always sounds good, but is there an opportunity of not doing it? Or is it, we have to do it?
I think legislatively we're required to do it, and also for our residents having a pleasurable dining, and for staff having adequate time to do their tasks. I think that's really important, and being the home of choice for our staff.
Well, I think your residents would say they're having pleasurable dining now, I would hope. So to say that this is the game changer, I would find that hard to believe in the whole scheme of the home. So I'm not trying to be devil's advocate. I'm just saying that if we're at the numbers that we're talking about, do we have a choice or don't we? I know it's required, or is it legislated? Legislated to me means we don't have a choice, we're going ahead. But I'm just asking for options. That's all I'm looking at.
Certainly. So it is in the legislation, and the formula that Heather showed you up there for the calculation is specifically in the legislation. That being said, we've had inspections. They have not identified it. They have not brought it forward. And you are correct that we are still functioning just fine. We're trying to point out that legislatively it's required and we're not meeting legislation. So that's why the project proposal is coming forward.
And I think the difference is that it's not legislated that we're at 4 hours of care at this point in time. It's a goal that's been set forth. Whereas this is an existing legislative, and to deliberately ignore something that's in legislation, even though there hasn't been a lot of long-term care inspections, even prior to COVID, it hasn't been the push of the government. It's really a shortchanging to the residents in my view.
Get shortchanging the staff to have to work in that environment when you should be doing other things. And it's pressure to get people. And if you don't make the workforce something that they look forward to going to, you won't be having them. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Susan, do you have anything, any last words for us?
No,
That's it?
No, not unless anyone has any questions, comments, or concerns.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is the end of our presentations. If you want to make comments or ask questions about all that's come before us now. Otherwise, we can look at adjourning this meeting. What's your pleasure? Do you have more questions? Fred?
Yeah, just one question. Are we going to get a condensed breakdown of what was presented to us today?
You should have it. It did come. How do we get to it? Maybe somebody can give you a link. Do we have a link to it? Sorry, yes, this says adjourning, but recessing. Okay, Judy and then Ron. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. And Ron?
And tomorrow too, we get to the point where it's up on the screen that says, if you're adding these in, this is what it's costing you in or out, all of those things, right?
Yes.
So.
And there's one more question about tomorrow, and that is the weather. And the fact that it's going to be raining in one spot and snowing in the other, and who knows what the day is going to bring. We do have in our procedural bylaw the ability to, what's the wording?
Offer a video conference option.
Yeah, offer a virtual part. Are we prepared to do that? Myself, if I get rain on my road, I won't be driving anywhere over the hill, in the hill, maybe. So are we okay to do that? Leave it if you can get here and you're comfortable to come, do that. If you're not, then we'll set up a Zoom that you can Zoom in to the meeting. Okay, nobody's saying no.
Although the one thing is that the weather here is different than it is where you and I are.
Yes.
But
For sure.
they seem to move the weather back, or the forecast back a little later in the day. So who knows?
And just looking to the clerk, who I think is still online. We don't need a motion if we just provide a virtual option. We do need a motion if everybody is virtual. Jeanette?
No, so that's correct, Kelly. Under section 19.16, which is under our procedural bylaw for electronic participation, it clearly states that electronic participation is not allowed at the following meetings, and budget is one of those meetings. So what the committee can do today is waive the procedural bylaw to allow members of council to attend tomorrow virtually if it's inclement weather, but it would require a motion to waive the procedural bylaw.
Does anyone want to move that?
I can move it. I just wanted to say if there's, most of them are going to do virtually, I won't be at the meeting. I'm not joining virtually. We didn't do it even when COVID was on. I said budget was too important to do it virtually and we didn't do it. And I'm not doing it tomorrow.
Okay.
So
So
if
you're
the
gonna
weather's
be
that
here.
bad and you want to postpone it a day or two, I don't care. But That's just my opinion, but if you want a motion to do it virtually, go ahead. I'm just telling you where I'll be.
Okay. It's just to allow the virtual option. Yeah,
I just want to say I'm going to be here tomorrow.
okay. Jerry?
I wonder who's driving here, I. But we're leaving home at 7:15 in the morning, you know, and according to this, it's supposed to be just cloudy. And there's supposed to be no, this is AccuWeather from Global.
For Fran's sake, though, I will make the motion if you want to join virtually, if that makes you feel better.
Well, I'm not coming.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it.
So there you go.
So
See, the two longest ones are pretty opinionated. They're either going to be here or they're not.
See, yeah, exactly. Jerry, back to you.
so if we don't do it tomorrow, when will we do it?
Well, it's good if we can do it tomorrow because all the numbers are in our minds from today. So I would say we need to do it tomorrow with the option, if you don't feel comfortable driving, you could do it virtual. And if you can be here, be here. Fred?
This, all I'm saying is that the reason that you might not be able to make it is because of the weather, the driving conditions.
Yes,
I got room in my car to add you in. If you don't
that's
mind.
okay, Fred. Have you been down my road? It's fine to get out, but it might be to get back home too. Anyway, I'm doing it virtual regardless, or I will do nothing and find out what you say. Judy?
While I plan to be here, I'm happy to move for an option of virtual attendance given inclement weather
Okay,
for this particular meeting.
so you're seconded, Ron moved it. All those in favor? Motion's carried. All right. Is there any other business to come before us today? Any notices of motion or? Yeah, notices of motion or communications? Seeing none, I need,
If there's a whole bunch that are staying home, we should let her know because if they're ordering anything or doing anything,
right, for food.
it always helps.
Yes, good point, Ron. How quickly would you need to know?
Preference is earlier the better, because I assume they're already gonna have it made if already ordered. But I can send out a free share to everyone tonight anyways, and whatever happens.
Okay,
Everyone will have it.
right, okay. Ray?
Just to let you know, Brianna, I will be here.
Okay. Okay, moved by Bill and seconded by Ray that the meeting hereby recess until tomorrow. All those in favor? Carried. We better add to that February 9th, 2023